कितना रुकेंगे 5 मिनट दोगे okay. Greetings everyone. Welcome to the first thematic session of this important interdisciplinary seminar, and we are actually spending a whole day talking about the interrelationship between international relations and international law. I want to come, it's often understudied, and often people think that international law is nothing but a footnote or a small appendix in international relations. But there's no gainsaying the fact that it has significant relevance to shaping the practical conduct of states as well as non-state actors. So today in this thematic session we're talking about the relationship in a more in-depth manner, and trying to understand what it is that international law brings to the study of international relations, and probably vice versa. And in fact, arguably, if you go back to the history of the evolution of the field of IR, diplomatic history, writing of treaties, conventions, customary obligation, these were always the driving force or an important institutional basis on which international relations were expected to be conducted. So this link is quite deep and quite historical, but for whatever reasons you don't find a lot of international law content in the either in the academia or in the practitioner's realm. My colleague Professor Prabhas Ranjan has been writing about this as well, about the lack of sufficient attention to international law in the practical conduct of foreign policy. So today we have a very distinguished panel in this session to talk about this fascinating interplay between the two. Let me introduce you to them briefly. Let me welcome Professor Archana Negi from Jawaharlal Nehru University. She is an international law specialist and of course teaching in the School of International Studies at JNU. In fact, it's worth investigating how many international law scholars and elective courses and core courses we actually offer in our mainstream international relations programs. And I'm sure, like us here, Professor Negi is in a minority and surrounded by a lot of people who do hard politics in the School of International Studies at JNU. I also have Professor Siddharth Malavarpu, who is at the Shivnada University and leading theoretical scholar on international relations in our country, and who of course has worked on the interstices of IR and IL. I also want to welcome Professor Kenneth Holland, my colleague, who teaches at the Jindal Global Law School and has served for many years with distinction in the US government and also in academia now, and who teaches courses on US foreign policy and related subjects. Thank you all. I want to begin the conversation with Professor Negi. You teach international law and you follow this closely. And to begin with, there is a notion that international law helps to soften the harder edges that we usually talk about, what we call the big issues of international relations, and that it plays a kind of a moral or a conscience keeper kind of a role to remind the practitioners and the praxis that there ought to be a more civilized and a more ideal and a better way of conducting yourself. So that element, that moralistic pressure or let's say persuasion of international law goes back to times immemorial, because there are always efforts to constrain the use of force and the abuse of power in international relations. And international law has been the means by which we lay down the principles to constrain the worst side of international relations. So, but then there is the other side which is based on the notion of power politics and which actually disregards these as immaterial, irrelevant, or in some cases even instrumentalized by powerful actors simply to get their pound of flesh. So, Professor Negi, international law, is it really a stepchild, or do you think it deserves a bigger stature within the field, or are we daydreaming when we ask this?
Thank you very much. And first of all, yeah, okay. Now it's working. Right, so thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. And thanks for having me here. And as you said, I mean, this is a wonderful topic which brought me this far from Delhi, but it was worth it because we are talking about interdisciplinarity. And this has really been one of the oldest sort of discussions as far as this interface is concerned. And in a very, very simplistic way, the division that takes place between IR theory in a sense, and especially the more dominant sort of realist stream of IR theory, and contrast that with international law, it boils down to what politics is, or what the behavior of states is, and what it ought to be. And this particular sort of discussion, like the chair said, international law, has striven to find its place, a bigger place in international relations. And for the longest time, when this interface began, international relations was, not very inclusive as far as international law is concerned. But there have been, spaces that have been allowed to it in various forms, etc. There are some references that I'd like to make. I had actually, I had a look at the questions which you sent, and based on that, so if you allow me, if you tell me how much time I have, then I can accordingly. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. So let me just, because this may be, useful to sort of, those of you who are interested in understanding the evolution of this interface, let me start by, making reference to this convergence of international law and international relations that you've referred to, and which is the key thematic. So, the session note, for example, claimed that there is much that the disciplines of international law and international relations have to gain from each other, and much has been made of this confluence or convergence of the two disciplines. And both disciplines, which is international law as well as international relations, have at different points in time acknowledged, they've accepted, they've advocated, but they have also contested this trend of bringing these two disciplines together. So the convergence of these two disciplines would point to a trend towards interdisciplinarity, which itself can be understood in multiple ways. So one could, stop to first of all understand the multiple ways in which interdisciplinarity is understood. Broadly speaking, defined as the act of involving or drawing on two or more branches of knowledge, but it could manifest in different ways, right? So for example, it could mean crossing over to work across disciplinary boundaries, sharing epistemic resources such as methods, sources, loyalties, etc. It could mean integrating disciplinary approaches. It could mean having different disciplines work towards a common goal. And it could also mean jointly developing new integrated knowledge and theory. So in general, in academia, there is an increasing porosity in boundaries between disciplines. Now, the difference between international relations and international law arises from the subject of inquiry, the core subject of inquiry. IR scholars focusing mainly on the relations between states, whereas international law scholars focusing more on the norms that govern these relationships among states. So like I said before, the distinction then sometimes gets simplified as the distinction between what actually is done and what ought to be done by the states. Now, very briefly, if you look at the historical sort of evolution of this convergence of international law and international relations, the textbooks take you a little further back, going back to the post-war era, etc. So you could look at, for example, Simmons and Steinberg, who talk about this evolution of how this interface sort of began, because in the post 4 years, you had the sort of positive realism take over, and hence this looking away from international law. But let me focus more on the more recent sort of literature. It's actually not so recent. We are already 25 years away from this, but about 25 years ago, Anne-Marie Slaughter, and this was mentioned also before, and others co-authored a very, very well acclaimed piece in AJIL, in the American Journal of International Law, and those of you who haven't must have a look at it. It's titled International Law and International Relations Theory, and in this they point towards this new generation of interdisciplinary scholarship. Now in this article they make reference to another piece published 9 years prior by Kenneth Abbott, in which he argues that certain insights, approaches, and techniques of modern IR theory can actually be very usefully employed by international law, and he kind of makes the case that international law should therefore draw from this, and he specifically refers to regime theory in particular, which can be very useful in better understanding the content of international law. Some years later, you had Anne-Marie Slaughter mapping this history of international relations and international law and setting forth an agenda for joint research. And let me just take a second to read what she says, to quote what she actually writes here. She says, just as constitutional lawyers study political theory and political theorists inquire into the nature and substance of constitutions, so too should two disciplines that study the laws of state behavior seek to learn from each other. At the very least, they should aspire to a common vocabulary and a framework of analysis that would allow the sharing of insights and information. If social science has any validity at all, the postulates developed by political scientists concerning patterns and regularities in state behavior must afford a foundation and framework for legal efforts to regulate that behavior. From the other side, from the political science side, if law does push the behavior of states towards outcomes other than those predicted by power and the pursuit of national interest, then political scientists must revise their models to take account of legal variables, unquote. So essentially summarizing for you, the nature of this interface or the need for international law and international relations to come together. Now this move towards interdisciplinarity subsequently gets stalled in the post-war era because of what we all know as the realist challenge, which is essentially to do with the skepticism of political realists about the role that international law plays. Like you said, the stepchild, or what in more formal terms is referred to as the epiphenomenal role that international law plays or can play in international relations, in the ordering of international life. So by the late 1970s, you have this sort of fundamental attack made on mainstream IR theorists on core realist propositions concerning the role and relevance of international institutions. So in a sense, the sort of inside challenges that arose within IR also helped to move international law into a more inclusive space as far as this interface is concerned. Because of the move away from realism as the core theoretical strand within international relations. So you had this new emphasis on the role, on the impact of international regimes, the principles, focus on principles, norms, rules, procedures, etc., the famous Krasner definition and others that you can think of. And one author then says that international law thus realized that this was international law by another name. Right? So the link with regime theory really helps bring this interface closer, make it more real, etc. So by the 1980s, you had the regime theory subsumed under institutionalism, and the two routes that Anne-Marie Slaughter talks about when she proposes a dual agenda to take forward this interface. One path leads from institutionalism, which is, of course, drawing from the regime theory as well. And the other path is drawing from the liberal tenets that also, become stronger within the IR theoretical framework. So this is what she refers to in her piece as, the dual agenda, the liberal agenda shifting away from the core assumptions of traditional international law which focuses on interstate relations, the liberal agenda taking you away from states as the sole actors within that. She says, and I'm quoting her once again, tempted to, because she says, in the end, law informed by politics is the best guarantee of politics informed by law. So what does this convergence look like, right? This was a very brief sort of nugget of how this whole interface evolves. What does it look like? It, of course, means political scientists and international lawyers are increasingly drawing on each other's work, reading each other, citing each other, doing joint work, articles that are explicitly interdisciplinary in content, the launching of interdisciplinary journals, which has happened and has been assessed, and of the big, recognized institutions, the Hague Academy of International Law, ASIL, etc., increasingly talking about the move over to the, other discipline, which is IR. Can this convergence be counterproductive? According to some, yes, it can. There is that flip side to it too, but we will come back to that discussion later. I'll stop here for the first.
Thank you, Professor Negi. Wonderful theoretical background. Let me now bring in Professor Malavarpu. Professor Negi already talked about regime theory and institutions as a kind of a mechanism through which IL has made a comeback in international relations the last 3-4 decades. And there is this whole notion of power through institutions as opposed to just power that is relative to your rivals or adversaries and so on. So clearly, especially in the so-called liberal order after World War II and definitely after 1991, there has been an expectation that international law and organizations and institutions will play a bigger role, and it is often backed up by the so-called theory of the hegemonic stability. Of if you have a liberal hegemon, then international law will advance. If you have a fascist hegemon or a communist hegemon, it may not, or a different. Maybe they'll create different types of international law. So, and that aspect, if you could talk about regimes and institutions and how it has evolved in the last few decades, and also from a non-Western point of view, because often, we use terms like a rules-based order. We say international rule of law. And even India, for example, we often say, for example, what is our vision of Indo-Pacific? A rules-based order, right? We always talk about rules, and that it should be based not on might is right, but on rules. And which, of course, is underpinned by the idea of either hard or soft international law. So, from the point of view of developing countries, institutions have often been seen as either biased or hijacked or selectively applying international rules against us. So how would you see international law as a moral force in IR in the institution, the concept of this whole evolution of institutions?
Thank you. I must preface my remarks by, first of all, thanking the university for having invited me to this panel, and perhaps say something about how I even initially got interested in this connection between international law and international relations. I must, in a sense, here acknowledge, Professor B.S. Chimney, who's a distinguished professor of international law here, as instrumental in sparking some of that interest. And way back in 2002, we put together a volume called International Relations Perspectives for the Global South, and it was based on a conversation spread over a decade on a whole range of issues we thought were germane to both these constructs, international relations and international law. So I think part of the interest in thinking about international relations and international law is the fact that there are considerable convergences across a whole range of questions. And for the purposes of this little exercise, I've got together 9 potential areas which we could perhaps explore and mine further in terms of, I'll just flag them here because given the constraints of time, we won't really go into it, but I think it's perhaps worth thinking about these dimensions. Coming back to your question, on the liberal order, one, I think it's interesting to think about law as deeply imbricated with issues of power politics at some level. Law doesn't operate in a vacuum. Law operates in a political context. We are now very cognizant of the histories of law, and particularly the disciplinary history and the story of international law, laid out by Angie and a whole generation of Twale scholars, reminds us about the antecedents of international law, which was deeply fraught with colonial structures and Eurocentrism of a certain kind. So it's interesting to think about that aspect. The other issue which I've often been concerned or keen to think about is this whole dimension of an element of fetishism around the rule of law or legal cultures in some sense as a magic bullet which might solve problems. I think law can be an ally in many ways when it comes to addressing deeply contentious concerns, political issues, but I think we also have to be aware of the fact that law, considering that it's operating in this context, might enjoy a certain autonomy, but is also very often drawn into these other various forms of imbrication we just talked about. I think one, in terms of the few ideas here, I have to sort of put down the 8 or 9 propositions. The first idea here is that really when it comes to thinking about international relations and international law, there's clearly no one-size-fits-all approach, because depending on your theoretical orientation, depending on your bent of mind, I think there's possibility to explore a variety of options. There is, of course, now an interest in a shared normative arc, I would say. Questions of war and peace, fundamentally concern international relations scholars as well as international law scholars. If you think about international relations and one of the core animating questions in terms of a nucleus, in terms of an identity of the field itself, one of the questions which has often bothered international relations scholars is what causes war? Is war eliminable at all, or can war be prevented? And I imagine that even when we're thinking about questions of law and peace, international law is a very useful and vital resource. As we are aware, even in the midst of a contemporary crisis playing out now between Russia and Ukraine. In terms of theoretical conversations, again, I think there are a whole range of intersections, convergences, and divergences. I mean, one possible area where you can see that their allies is realism and positivism in the classic sense, which relies so much on state consent and state practice, and realism with its accent on the primacy of states. You can clearly see that there are convergences here in terms of that particular arc. I've been interested more in critical approaches and, as you pointed out, non-Western approaches to thinking about this question. And here again, for scholars in international relations who are inclined to pursue critical theoretical perspectives, whether it's post-colonialism, whether it's feminist theory, a whole range of other forms of critical theory, there are again intersections potentially with traditions like Twale and international law, which lend themselves very nicely to a potential conversation. Again, when you come back to the question of history, think about Bandung, think about the whole range of solidarity movements at one point within the global south. Again, I think there is scope here again to perhaps mine potential convergences, because political orders also have underlying legal edifice or a legal structure very often informing them, and are often reflecting also some of the vagaries of power at that particular moment in time. A fourth dimension here is how the international impinges on the domestic. And here again, I think there's scope for very interesting work when you think about norm construction across diverse issue areas. My own doctoral work was looking at the International Court of Justice advisory opinion on nuclear norm use, fundamentally as a debate between realists and constructivists on the question of norm creation. Realists, in a sense, suggesting that norms are epiphenomenal and really merely mirror dominant power and interests, and constructivists suggesting that the story is a little more complicated, where you have a whole range of other actors involved in shaping a discourse around how law might treat even something like nuclear weapons, and I think I ended up, of course, arguing that the constructivists were more persuasive in this particular case, because despite the opposition of the major nuclear weapon states to any legal ruling on this question, you did eventually have an advisory opinion, and the language of general illegality at least was manifest in that particular advisory opinion episode. I also think it's very interesting to think about non-Western perspectives from the position and place we find ourselves in, especially when you think about the history of international law in India, where there was a third world tradition pioneered by really illustrious earlier generation of scholars like R.P. Anand. And I think much of our interest in the third world approach in international relations actually owes a debt of gratitude to that particular tradition within international law, which really started more systematically looking at a whole range of issues, including the fact that we were often treated as latecomers in history. Despite being old civilizations, we were new states, and we were just sort of finding our feet in that international order. And I think some of that scholarship really gets you thinking about why context matters, both in shaping structures of knowledge and also in the manner in which sometimes an unjust international order manages to use certain instrumentalities, and international law sometimes could work both ways. It could be an ally of the weak, could also sometimes calcify the position of the powerful. If you think about the NPT, we often complain of nuclear apartheid, that there was a distinction made between nuclear haves and nuclear have-nots. Much of it calcified a certain structure of privilege. So it's interesting to think about law and its the possibility that it can play these very different roles in these situations. I think international organizations and international law is a particularly interesting area. Their treaties, charter texts, their UNGA resolutions, their debates about soft and hard law, all of these are worthy of consideration and a deeper thought. And I think in terms of historical continuities, if you think about politics and if you think about it in terms of questions of imperial formations or the workings of racial capitalism today, quite clearly there's a story to tell in both the fields. And you will see that there are many areas in which there are possible intersections and convergences. So finally, maybe perhaps to end on a more positive note, even in terms of critical emancipatory projects, international law offers some interesting resources, as does international relations scholarship. I think international relations today is a much broader church and is not only interested in states, there is an interest in non-state actors of various kinds as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Siddharth. As always, theorists will give you a complex answer, and Siddharth has really shown all sides of the, both sides of the coin. Now, moving to Professor Holland. Professor Holland, we are now in the third decade of the 21st century, and there is almost unanimous consensus that there is a so-called return of great power politics. And I call it the end of the long peace. And you can see that with the increasing resort to violence and force by major powers as well as middle and even small powers in a kind of a Hobbesian world. At least that's how it's shaping up, it seems. And the institutional guard
established the principle that no nation can judge the behavior of another nation. In 2003, that was a clear violation of international law. The invasion of Iraq, ordered by President Bush, had no authorization from the United Nations. France, Germany refused to cooperate. Canada refused to cooperate with the United States. So Russia and China are saying the U.S. is engaged in great power politics, is trying to create global hegemony, and the liberal order itself has no foundation in truth. So this brings up the philosophical foundation of this new world order. For China, it's Marxism. And of course, Marxism is based on the view that the source of truth is history, right? We don't create truth. We simply discover truth in the laws of history, right? And Xi Jinping, I think he mentioned Marxism something like 23 times in his most recent speech, accepting his third term as General Secretary of the Communist Party. Russia is a very interesting case because, example, if you read the writings of Alexander Dugin, Foundations of Geopolitics, and he's often considered to be the Rasputin of Russia, and sometimes called Putin's brain. In his book, Foundations of Geopolitics, he says that what matters in the world is the will to power. So he draws directly from the writings of Friedrich Nietzsche, Thus Spake Zarathustra, the will to power. And he actually changes the foundation of the Russian Orthodox Church. So instead of being founded, in the truth of the Christian scripture, he actually says, no, the Russian Orthodox Church foundation is paganism. So he's a mystic, he's a pagan, and he's an advocate of the will to power. So we have, on the one hand, a country basing its mission in the world on Marxism. On the other hand, we have a country basing its mission in the world on the will to power. And then we have the United States trying to defend this liberal international order. Now, where does India fit in? It's very interesting. So the United States is working very, very hard to try to bring India into the liberal camp. For example, we all know the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue. Most recently, the Indo-Pacific Economic Forum. The United States has been trying to persuade India to stop purchasing weapons from Russia, stop purchasing oil from Russia, purchase weapons from the United States, cooperate with the United States, be part of an anti-China coalition. So the U.S. is working very hard, and there have been many speeches, made by Secretary of State Antony Blinken that the U.S. will be patient. We expect that eventually, when India will join us unequivocally, it'll stop abstaining in the UN on these votes condemning the Russian invasion of Ukraine, but we're going to be patient. On the other hand, you have Russia explicitly, obviously courting India as an ally. In fact, President Putin made a speech a few days ago in which he praised Prime Minister Modi at great lengths. Obviously, he thinks of Modi, as his partner. And then in his book, Dugan talks about India, and this is very interesting. This goes back to what you said, that India, don't think of India as a modern state. That's a mistake. Think of India as an ancient society, as an ancient civilization. And it deserves its place in the world as a major embodiment of antiquity. And so India becomes, in his mind, India is just like Russia. Russia, he goes back to the year 988, the foundation of Kiev Rus, the foundation of the Russian Orthodox Church, the Russian state, 988. India is 5,000 years old, much older even than Russia. So India then represents his idea that every ancient civilization has a right to survive, and every ancient civilization which is large and wealthy as India has a right to be a great power, to be acknowledged as a great power, and to have what? Every great power that belongs to this new multipolar world order will have its own sphere of influence. So that's what
modernity is being rejected, and which might actually come at a cost to the relevance and importance of international law? Or has international law now become sufficiently broad-based that it will still survive this onslaught on the so-called Eurocentric or Western modernity? If you could briefly reflect on this, Professor Negi and Professor Malvarpua, then we'll open up to questions. We still have about 20 minutes.
So this thing about civilizational state, I just want to use one example, a specific example. I mean, the harking to civilizational state is something we see, happening very frequently. There is this going back in history, etc. But the key point here is that this going back has to be substantial. At the moment, what the problem that appears to be is that there is a disconnect between, let's say, the diplomatic stances of the states that are, invoking the civilizational status and the positions that they are taking, right? So one simple example is this whole notion of Vasudeva Kutumbakam, which India uses very, very often when it talks about civilizational state. It's also there in the new G20 presidency logo, etc., etc. But it is very distanced from, let's say, the position it takes, or the negotiating stance it takes in climate change, for example. focusing much more on differential responsibilities and not looking as much as at the other part of the principle, which is about common responsibilities as far as climate change is concerned. So, this kind of a distinction is a little bit of a puzzle when we talk about civilizational state, and therefore many people argue that the harking back to going back to history and claiming status of civilization has to be substantive and not just what should I call it, cosmetic, right? So
Siddharth? Are we in a crisis
Yeah.
with modernity?
I think, yeah, there's certainly a crisis of the liberal order at this particular moment. There's also, in a sense, a crisis of modernity, but modernity itself is a very complex assemblage. I think there's a danger of using that concept, too widely, and I think it's, in terms of what it means specifically in different domains, is interesting to observe. And I think when we're thinking about law and modernity, I mean, are we suggesting that international law, in a sense, dates back to the commencement of modernity? Can we think of international law which predates modernity? What would that look like, considering that there are legal traditions which have preceded what we know as the more recent the Westphalian order? So I think we need to be cautious here in terms of equating modernity and law as really coterminous at that particular moment, at least for a whole range of contexts outside of the Anglo-Saxon world. I'm reminded of Judge Veeramanthri's dissenting opinion in the July 90s advisory opinion, where there's a long section on thinking about the whole question of human rights, and he talks about the multicultural basis of human rights, but also dates back thinking about human rights well beyond preceding the Westphalian order in many ways. So I think it's interesting to think about a whole range of resources we have which might predate modernity. Also, there's a pushback today when it comes to terms like decolonization, for instance. Some have argued that there's too easy a conflation between modernity, colonization, westernization, and that perhaps we need to disentangle these terms more carefully before we use the same brush to paint them all. Thank you.
Great, very profound discussion so far, but let me open up to faculty colleagues and students on this subject. Please direct a question. Professor.
Or quasi-formal arrangements as well, which are also surfacing, one would imagine, at this point in time. So, I mean, BRICS, some argued initially at least, had that quality. And of course, we don't know how much we can pin on that today, considering the politics, which has again changed. But it's interesting to think about how I think politics and the political moment might enable a certain element of legal intervention at particular moments. And what are those spaces, and when are those spaces created, and how are they created, and when are they, in a sense, deeply constrained, I think is worthy of study by itself. Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah.
Great. We have a few more minutes. Any questioners? Can I hear from a student? Yes, please. Direct it to panel. Mic le लीजिए, so it's recorded. Yeah.
Sir, you talked about South China Sea dispute. So in August 2021, under India's presidency of the UNSC, this dispute, there was an attempt to bring this dispute onto the discussion forum, but China said that the UNSC is not the platform to discuss this issue. Where do you think this puts UN clause or UN charter, like international law? Where does this situation puts international law?
Good. So this is a very fundamental question, right? International law lacks the teeth of sanctions or an enforcer, right? It's based on socialization and people accepting the practices, not on an enforcement. Especially if you're a big power, you can violate and probably not face very many consequences. So enforcement, law without enforcement is the fate of international law usually. Unlike the domestic law, in a well-governed state you have enforcement. So this aspect, any of the panelists, Kenneth, would you like to take that? Who's going to bell the tiger or the cat? Yeah.
That's an excellent question. If you look at the United States, what the United States has done is it made it very clear that under international law and under the decision of the Special Arbitration Tribunal in The Hague on the dispute between Philippines and China, that the South China Sea consists of international waters, and China has no maritime or territorial claims in the South China Sea under international law. So international law is really critical to the behavior of the United States. So what the United States has done, it created something called freedom of navigation operations. So the United States, UK, Canada, they actually send warships into the South China Sea to make that claim very crystal clear. So the United States, you can see the behavior of the United States and its allies is to use force to make sure that China understands that international law has real meaning, but it's through this application of force.
Yeah, so that's a realist answer, that you need actually a powerful state or a group or a coalition to actually bell the cat. But there are smaller countries in the region who, like the ASEAN countries, for example, who are the direct disputants with China, who have been insisting on a code of conduct. But then the Chinese are wishy-washy about it, and they've never really signed on to one, and even if they do, they don't observe it. So what does the ASEAN do? What does a Vietnam or a Philippines or Indonesia or a Taiwan do? You know, it's a fundamental question. But that's actually the interface where it's a practical issue between IR and IL, right? Any more questions from students? I'll also ask Professor Negi to weigh in on all these, you know, anything you would like to add before we conclude.
Yes, I also feel that the question that you asked is also contextualized within this phenomena of forum shopping that takes place as far as dispute resolution is concerned. And countries choose to go to particular dispute resolution fora which work for them. You know, so the South China Sea thing went through the ITLOS, it went to the Permanent Court of Arbitration, etc. And whether or not an issue goes to the UN Security Council is a very, very political decision. You know, so you have climate change being discussed in the UN Security Council. Is climate change a security issue, etc.? There is a substantive answer to that, but there is also a strategic answer to that, because the Security Council works in a particular way which is exclusionary, etc. Right? So that's one. I just wanted to also quickly come back to BIMSTEC, which is very interesting, because in international law and international relations, nomenclatures are also very interesting, semantics are also very interesting, and when BIMSTEC was earlier set up, one of the first questions that was asked was that, is this to exclude certain neighbors from this new regional engagement? And the moment you name an organization around a geography, you know, when you say Bay of Bengal, you automatically exclude everyone. I mean, Nepal and Bhutan get access because of the international law that they are landlocked countries and they access the nearest water body. But Pakistan gets left out for good and forever, you know, when you call it BIMSTEC. So these are very interesting sort of, things to note on how countries name, when they organize, how they name themselves, you know, that also has a strategic element. And just a last thing to what you said earlier about, you know, you struck a sort of dismal note about the state of things, state of affairs, etc. And to kind of bring that back to a positive, you know, all international law and all international organization is usually a response to a crisis. And when we teach international organizations, we usually say you can make a very neat column, you know, and say that, well, this was the international crisis which gave us this particular organization. And sometimes we even joke that, well, crises should continue because otherwise we won't have anything to teach, those of us who teach international organization. And so even when we are in this situation you mentioned about you know, unilateralism, etc., I think all the more scope for a comeback for both international law and international institutions.
Fascinating indeed. So yeah, if you take a longer term historical view, maybe we need more contestation and tugs of war and even actual wars before we reach a new era of international law. So we can't write it off. That's what the panelists are saying. And I just wanted to mention at the level of academia also, we are trying to integrate the two closer through formal degree programs. here in Jindal, in the School of International Affairs that I had, we have a long-standing master's degree, MA in Diplomacy, Law and Business, where international law is 1/3 of the core curriculum component. So it's not a classic MA in IR. In fact, we wanted to avoid the cliched term and therefore devised this in 2011. It's now in its 12th year running and continues to be quite successful. And a lot of the students take more electives in international law after the core curriculum is also over. So there is an explicit L in the degree program to make sure that people don't lose sight of. So a shorthand D in the MA DLB, D stands for the power politics or the classic IR, L is for international law, and B is for international business. And we try to combine these three, and it's been an experiment that's been fairly successful. The other one I wanted to mention was our law school at Jindal. We have an LLM in international taxation and investment. And of course that is more focused on private international law, less on public international law. But there also you find that they are looking at multiple jurisdictions and how it works, arbitration, litigation, as well as regulatory environments, and how transnational corporations operate in multiple domains. So there are formal attempts to bring in international law and IR together. And I think more such things, innovations in academia may also help to advance the connections and to keep the connections tight and close, rather than to go in silos as some might prefer. And so this porosity in boundaries that Professor Negi has been talking about is something we should still aspire for, because at the end of the day, we do believe in some fundamental common values across the world. I mean, in spite of the so-called cultural relativism and all these things, and the efforts to say that international law is only a Western construct, maybe more efforts to bring in the pre-Western, the pre-Westphalian notions of international law and peace and conflict in prior eras. There have been some research, for example, the Native American tribes. There's been a lot of work on the Iroquois Confederacy and such things, which long predate the European, Westphalian order, and where they maintained peace through treaty and through oral custom and through agreements, and could avoid the mutual annihilation. So there is much work to be done, and I want to thank all the three panelists for outstanding presentations, and I hope that we have given enough food for thought to continue this interface and take it to the next level. We would like IL to be very much a distinguished member of the IR family going forward, and because without it, we may actually end up with the so-called Hobbesian state of nature, which is nasty, brutish, and short, and that's something, it's against the collective interests of all of us. We want to live long, and we want to live healthy and clean planet. Thank you very much. Thank you all for joining this session.
It's a great privilege to welcome some of my colleagues from the Ministry of External Affairs. We are very privileged. We have a senior ambassador, Ambassador Pinak Chakravarti, who was also secretary at the Ministry, Secretary Economic Relations. We have Ambassador Venu, of course, Rajamani, who, as you know, is also member of the faculty. He's been in Netherlands as an ambassador. He's also served as the press secretary to the President. I also have the privilege to welcome Professor Naresh Singh, who is a multilateral diplomat with years and years of experience in the UN, has held very senior positions at the UNDP and other organizations. And of course, I am a professor and executive dean at the Jindal School of International Affairs, been an ambassador myself in the MEA, served for 36 years. I believe we have Professor Negi, who was in the last panel, Professor Prabhash Ranjan, and I'm sorry, Professor Stephen Marks. Great privilege and great pleasure. We have this interesting subject about diplomacy and what its role could be in the evolving era of, as we see, international law and international relations converging. In the last panel, there was almost at one point in the discussion a kind of situation where we felt that the international law is lagging behind and international relations, in fact, is in the dominant. And because of the realpolitik which is there, which is true. But then on a kind of a dissenting note in my question, I said we cannot really disregard the role of international law. I would just submit, and without taking too much time, that, and the point I made then was, as individuals get empowered, because this is an era where individual rights are being kind of handed over by societies, and that's what the internet is all about, that's what the social media is all about. An individual has to have a say in rule-making and decision-making and in matters of the state. So in that era, naturally, the role of a traditional diplomat is going to change. Gone are the days when, from the Westphalia system, when, or the royal representatives, or an ambassador from one court to the other, primarily a goodwill ambassador looking at, you know, the trade or friendship relations, etc., etc. Today, I think when we have the internet, when we have the online technologies and the seamless net connectivity, and the world is one connected place, the diplomat is in fact being monitored. He's on the radar. And I would just submit he's on the radar not only of audiences at home, but also abroad. He's being watched, and even when he's sleeping, things are changing. So the diplomat's role definitely has become more demanding and more complex. So with those introductory thoughts, where it is going to lead to, the world is changing literally every 3 months. We have a new model in the mobile phone. There is some jump, quantum jump in technology. So where would diplomats fit in? May I have the pleasure of asking the senior most here, Ambassador Pinak Chakravarti, to please share a few general thoughts, and then we'll come to the question answers later on. That's how we do it.
Thank you, Ravi. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I've never been to this university before, so it's my first time. But I've been to many other universities to speak on different aspects. Let me quickly make some very general points. This is about, I have argued before also that that international law has made a very seminal contribution to the global order. That we tend to forget that how international law actually layers various interactions among nations. And it is to the benefit of the international community that we have certain aspects of international law governing and regulating most of our relations. And I always want to say that imagine a world without international law. What would it be like? Would you be able to fly a plane out of Delhi to New York or somewhere else? So the Civil Aviation Organization has some ground rules and regulations to help you do that. And that is there in every other, trade and commerce, WTO. I mean, I can name hundreds of organizations and institutions, labor, combating disease, WHO. These are all part of interaction among nations to build a body of regulations in different areas. There are, of course, infractions. I mean, there are always infractions, but they are also done in a manner. Take, for example, you want to kick out the ambassador of a particular country. You can do it. Declare him. I was declared persona non grata when I was in Karachi. I was the last Indian consul general there. So I was told, you have 10 days to pack up and go. Fine, so that happens. So I think that is, those are the kind of ground rules that have been governing our system. Today, of course, we have new challenges. Today, a more globalized world, more digitally connected world. We, for example, have to create a certain amount of ground rules for the cyberspace, which we don't have. Or say, let's say, space-based issues where people are trying to put weapons in space. All these things are evolving. It evolves with, and the driver is technology. Ultimately, technology changes your world, and it drives you towards thinking to think of rules and regulations. Crisis also helps in, world wars helped in creating the United Nations, League of Nations, United Nations, and all the institutions that you see today that govern our ties between nations. So I think that is the important thing about international law. Now, there is no way you can function in today's world without these rules and regulations, because then you will be going back to those days where might is right, anybody can violate your privacy or whatever. I mean, so I think that is a very important part, and clearly the world has developed these ground rules, which is a kind of a collateral aspect of international law. Now, issues of sovereignty, for example, have also been dealt with in the sense that as sovereign nations, we always think that sovereignty is absolute. No, it is never absolute. The very fact that you give away a part of your sovereignty to create these ground rules and regulations is that you do a compromise. And negotiation and diplomacy is about that. And I was negotiating, let me give you some personal anecdotes, might be more interesting than pure academic. And I was negotiating as the for the what was it? For the BIMSTEC. You've heard of BIMSTEC, I'm sure. Yeah. I was given the chance to negotiate where should we have the headquarters, and because BIMSTEC was functioning from a temporary place in Bangkok, their foreign office had given some facilities, you can function from here. But then we needed a country and a secretariat. So how did we do it? Because there were two contenders basically. One was Bangladesh, one was Sri Lanka. Now Sri Lanka, in my personal view, was ahead of Bangladesh in many ways because they had identified a place, the facilities, etc. But Bangladesh was desperate to have an international organization. So there was this thing, and so what did we do finally? We gave the BIMSTEC secretariat to Bangladesh, but the first Secretary General to Sri Lanka. So that's the kind of thing you did, I mean, in terms of finding a solution. So that is, I would say, the essence of diplomacy. I mean, sometimes you get stuck, you go back, come back again, and then try negotiating, all over again from mostly not from basic principles, but from where you left it off. That's the part of it. Now, I can go on, but I don't want to. So I'll stop here. They might have questions.
Thank you, Ravi. Good afternoon, everyone. pleasure to be here, and I think it's a fascinating topic that we are looking at through this entire conference. So I'm extremely happy the Jindal University has organized this conference, brought various experts from all over to discuss this. And also, in a way, this is linked to, or this is a result of the Singhvi endowment. L.M. Singhvi himself was a man who combined both international law and diplomacy. That's correct. So he was the High Commissioner, and it is very appropriate that it is named after him. When I saw the topic, the first question I clearly had was, you're already declaring diplomacy post IRIL confluence. Have we really reached that point that we think of a new diplomacy post such a confluence, when there are enough people who would question, is there a confluence at all? And what also occurred to me was, is confluence too strong a term? Yes, absolutely. We need to bring these disciplines together. We need to work together. We need to understand issues, taking benefit of the theories. Professor Negi had spoken in great detail in the previous session. So we must bring these theories together and we must work together. But I'm not sure if really it has reached a stage where the two rivers are flowing together. So we need to also, we should not get lost in the optimism of institutionalism or liberalism. We must uphold and continue to work hard at making our institutions work, at bringing about a liberal order. But at the same time, the realities of power politics just cannot be ignored. And I say not in a sense that it is good, but if you have to overcome those sad realities of power politics which create a lot of problems in the world, then we must be acutely aware of what happens. I say this because I think the world is currently going through a particularly bad phase, perhaps one of the worst. The world has witnessed many bad periods in its history, but we currently are going through a period when a lot of faith in institutions has been lost, when there is a naked aggression which has happened in Europe. There is a war which has the potential, thank God it has not till now, but which has the potential to turn nuclear, to turn into a third world war. And we have the only punitive instrument that the international community, not through the UN, but through let's say actions which brought a group of countries together. The sanctions which have been imposed on Russia have also failed. They have not succeeded in persuading Russia to stop the war. And so that is a tragedy for the world. On one hand, there's naked aggression, and the world is standing by watching what is happening without being able to do anything. And the UN very clearly has not been able to play the role it should. So I think the reality of power politics cannot and should not be underestimated in today's world. In general, we should be aware that there should not be a reality deficit in what we talk and what we discuss. I have to confess, us practitioners of diplomacy in general think the academic world has a reality deficit. We need to have much more conversations like this. I'm very happy Jindal University has people like Ravi and me here discussing, teaching, interacting with the faculty to overcome this reality deficit. International law, I saw in the Anne-Marie Slaughter paper a very nice quotation of Louis Henkin. We have to accept the fact that international law, even today, essentially is that almost all nations observe almost all principles of international law and almost all their obligations almost all of the time. So between that almost and all the time, there is a huge gap. And that gap is what is exploited by nations. Russia, in this particular instance, which I mentioned, there is fear of that this could be a model for China to emulate when it wants to take over Taiwan. We have to wait and watch. So far, China has shown no indication of that. The world can be happy for that. But similar, like the promise at the end of the Cold War, that this is the end of civilization, democracy, and the liberal orders will triumph across the world, has completely vanished. Today, we saw Trump in power. Trump and everything that he did was one of the biggest disruptions in terms of the world order and international security. We saw Brexit happening. So a lot of, and there are right-wing movements coming to power in various countries. There are enough problems that we have within our own countries of how we, with regard to how we function within the constitution. So we must be realistic in this regard. And here I would also like to go to a few personal examples. I had the good fortune of working in two important diplomatic stations, both of which actually are points where law and politics converge. In fact, as a student of international relations and law, that was a dream situation for me. The first was in Geneva, when I was in the Indian mission to the United Nations, and I was the principal officer responsible for human rights and humanitarian matters in the UN. And those days it was the Commission on Human Rights, now it is the Human Rights Council. These institutions and the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights are truly places where law and politics meet. At the same time they collide with each other also. For example, in the Human Rights Council, the Western nations, let me say, or the Western, they call it Western and European group, they would move resolutions against tiny little Cuba. They would move resolutions against Iran. They will, if they have the confidence, they will move a resolution against China on the Uyghur issue. But Saudi Arabia never ever will be a subject, because Saudi Arabia is just too important an ally for the US. And Saudi Arabia has plenty of oil, which is important for the world economy. So this is one example. Anyone who engages themselves closely with the issues of human rights in Geneva will discover that when law and politics collide, it is always politics which triumphs. Law unfortunately has not acquired the strength to overwhelm that politics, except in probably very isolated instances. And once again, lessons from the First World War or from the Second World War, which is that the big nations get away with whatever. Today, China is so powerful, countries are not confident enough, are not bold enough to move a resolution against China. India, any number of human rights violations may happen in India, but today India is a big and powerful country, important member of the international community. Even Pakistan, which has made many attempts in the past, no longer has the confidence to move a resolution condemning India in an international forum, because they know they won't get the support of the international community. And that support of the international community is not based on an objective assessment of the realities in India, but it is based on the diplomatic heft, the lobbying power of India, and the importance of the Indian economy. Going from Geneva, if I can go to The Hague, Professor Prakash Ranjan and I spoke about the ICJ judgment, the provisional measures which were announced immediately after, within a month of the war starting in Ukraine. And the ICJ was wonderfully categorical, saying Russia must suspend immediately all military operations. But, and at that time, I think the idealists celebrated, saying, wow, such a strong judgment, now the war is going to come to an end. But sadly, as we see now, the war continues, and the reality is that as long as Russia has the veto power, as long as Russia is a permanent member of the UN Security Council, nothing, Russia will not permit any decision, any resolution, any action to be taken by the UN against its interests, and this applies to all permanent members. Similarly, a case which I was part of as a member of the legal team of India is the Kulbhushan Jadhav case. And in the Kulbhushan Jadhav case too, like let's say in the Ukraine instance, it is wonderful that the ICJ could accept the case. There was no, for the ICJ judges, they did not see jurisdiction as an issue despite Russia's objections. They were quick to pass provisional orders, and they passed those in the strongest of terms. These are all great victories for international relations. They become precedents for the future. But the power politics reality means they cannot, nobody can implement it on the ground. Russia continues the war. Similarly, in the Kulbhushan Jadhav case, the ICJ upheld the Vienna Convention and said there could be no detraction from the principles of consular protection mentioned in the Vienna Convention on grounds of terrorism or on any other grounds. It completely rejected Pakistan's objections. But the sad reality is Kulbhushan Jadhav still remains in jail. International law and the ICJ did not have the power to really order his release and return to India. We had, as part of our memorial, included that as one of the demands. We knew it was an extreme demand which the ICJ was unlikely to accept, but we thought at least there would be some statements forthcoming from the judges who predominantly are pro-human rights and pro-liberal order, but that did happen. ICJ stopped exactly where they thought the law stops. And let me just mention a few other cases. There is the case called Chagos Peninsula. It is actually an advisory opinion which Mauritius moved through the UN General Assembly to the International Court of Justice. And here again, the International Court of Justice has unambiguously held that the Chagos Peninsula, which is contested between UK and Mauritius, belongs to Mauritius. It's part of the decolonization agenda which has not been completed, and it should be returned to Mauritius. Now, this is the Chagos Peninsula are a tiny group of islands, for those who do not know, near Mauritius, but one of those islands is Diego Garcia, which the UK leased to the US, and today is the most important Air Force or multi-service station in the Indian Ocean for the US. So because of US desire to maintain that presence and the uncertainty that if it returns to Mauritius, they will not be able to get it back, the UK has still not implemented or abided by this advisory opinion given by the ICJ, and the international community cannot force it. Lastly, judges, one of our colleagues, Syed Akbaruddin, who was permanent representative to the UN in New York, has written a book on the elections, which again caught a lot of news and attention here, of Judge Bandari to the International Court of Justice. But if you read the book, you once again see how the whole situation was one of, let's say, gaming. The whole question was, how can India get enough votes in the General Assembly and the Security Council? There was a conflict between the Security Council and the General Assembly to get him elected. And the reason his candidate was proposed itself is because of the Kulbhushan Jadhav case, because India feared that Pakistan will bring a case, and we wanted to make sure we have our man, our judge on the court. Here again, you know, the International Court of Justice provides for any party to a case to nominate a judge as an ad hoc judge, who can be there and who can be part of the deliberations, who's part of the judgment. Still, India did not have the confidence to just rely on an ad hoc judge. We felt our man should be there, and the whole idea of our man being there is actually that he will informally lobby, which is a complete detraction from international law. A judge on the ICJ truly should think in global terms, should act in global terms, should decide in global terms, not purely because he comes from a particular country. So I will close with these initial remarks, and we can have a discussion later.
That's a very interesting and a comprehensive account of what all takes place in real politics and international relations. Can I just have Mr. Naresh?
Let me just make some brief remarks, because I think we're really anxious to move into the discussion. So the first point I'd like to make is that my exposure and engagement has been in the multilateral diplomacy field. So I've worked in the UN mainly, and largely on the international environmental negotiations in several ways, but also in some other areas. So the first point I'd make is the issue of IR and IL confluence. What I've observed and engaged in on the multilateral fora is that these two are interactive, and they sort of co-evolve. So theoretically, one might have to push concepts to find a confluence, but in practice, I have observed international law as a natural outcome of IR processes and diplomatic processes. I've engaged myself, negotiated the Framework Convention on Climate Change, and I came to it first as a scientist and worked a lot with lawyers and diplomats and watched that process evolve and lead to the convention. So for me, the question hardly is, excepting when you think theoretically, and I'll mention a few theoretical points, it's a co-evolutionary process, and I think that's how we need to think about it. So that's the first point. Now, one might think, practically, how do you refine the art of diplomacy? And we have been trying to refine the art for a long time. I've been engaged in many processes that sought to refine the art of diplomacy. Now, when I look at it from my vantage point, we look at the role of the diplomat. The diplomat in a multilateral negotiation is constantly running out of the room on the phone and calling headquarters to find out whether he or she can change, to get instructions, he or she can change a position. So the position is obviously determined by the state and the capitals and the ministries of foreign affairs. And that is led by whoever is in power. So if the Republicans take the House and the Senate in the US, you would have a whole range of different instructions going out immediately. I mean, I'm Canadian, and I was talking to the Organization of American States once in Washington, D.C., and I went to have a chat with the Canadian ambassador before I spoke to the OAS, whether there were any things I should observe, any niceties, so to speak. And he said, you know, it will be better if you didn't raise the idea of human rights too strongly. Can you believe that from Canada? And the reason was that we had a regime in power at that time, I think I can say it out loud, the Harper regime, a conservative government that was treading quite carefully on human rights. And I was at that time the executive director of the Commission on Legal Empowerment of the Poor. So I had on one hand Justice Anthony Kennedy from the US Supreme Court, and on the other hand, Madeleine Albright, the former Secretary of State, who were with me at that meeting. And of course, they were expecting I would really push the angle of human rights in this framework that we were developing. What we really wanted to do, of course, was to integrate markets and rights. And we argued, and Arjun Sen Gupta from India was with us as well. I took a road that sort of was a balancing act, but the point I want to make is that it is determined largely, these rules that we make are determined largely by ideology, and that drives public policy in the capital. So whoever wins the elections, the poor diplomat has to run around, scurrying around, getting these instructions, with due respect to all our colleagues here. Now, the other point that I'd like to make is, how do you refine the art? And mention 2 or 3 theoretical points. The first one is fundamental reform of diplomacy and international relations, I think, will only come when we reconceptualize the role of the state, the nature of the state. Currently, the state, as we know it, evolved out of a Hobbesian view of the world, where humans and nature were in conflict with each other, and humans in conflict with each other. So it's a world of fighting and violence and, and so on. If you look at other philosophical traditions, you will find, including Indic traditions, you would find a philosophy that is very different, of oneness and non-duality, completely different from the Hobbesian view of the state, which led to Westphalia and Westminster views of the state. And unless we fundamentally rethink that, I don't think we can refine the art of diplomacy. The other point I'd make is that there are now new thinking. The recent book just out now called Quantum International Relations builds not from the traditional Newtonian view of the world, but rather takes a fundamentally different approach with making a whole range of different assumptions. That book, put out by a IR scholar, Alexander Wendt, out of Ohio, is called, as I mentioned, Quantum International Relations, and make a whole different set of views. The final point I'd make is soft law and hard law. I've worked a lot on soft international law, and I find that governance is the important concept when one talks about soft law, where you go beyond a rationalist, institutionalist sort of role of the state. And I think, as Ravi mentioned, now we are talking about non-state actors. We are talking about a whole range of technology engagement with people. That is really the process now engaged in soft law. But I would argue that hard law is still largely driven by an institutionalist framework in which IR is operational. Let me just make the final point, and that is your economic assumptions and how you think of economic models really drives what you will do in diplomacy and IR. And a lot of the neoclassical economic thinking, whether you like it or not, in the negotiations on trade or even in environment at the multilateral fora, are driven by some really outdated concepts of economics. The second one is, how are our diplomats, without trying to make them into scientists, to get good grasps of what they need of the scientific understanding so that they can do their job better? What are the tools and the ways we train our diplomats in order to do that? Now with the digitized world, it's really possible in ways that it was not 20 years ago. And I think that those kinds of ideas put it on the table might in fact refine the art of diplomacy and make the lives of our diplomats who do such important work for the world a little bit easier.
Thank you, Naresh. That's the advantage of having someone from outside the diplomatic corps. You are also, in some ways, part of it, but yes, you handled it from a different platform. I entirely agree with you, and I'd like to throw this open to the panel. In fact, we are now moving into the Internet 3, version 3, and artificial intelligence is on the anvil. Robotics is going to happen. And we're talking of blockchain technologies, digital transactions. So the frontiers, or the typical physical frontiers, are getting diluted. In that kind of scenario, what should be, and how is the role of the diplomat going to chisel out? Anyone like to answer that? He had actually
difficult question, but I think if you look back as to the changing role of the diplomat, maybe we can get some answers, because after all, diplomacy didn't begin yesterday. It began way back in history, and how we have evolved since then should give us some pointers. My own take or assessment is that diplomats will adapt. The two famous words that we use in climate negotiation mean adapt and mitigate, but we adapt, and the beauty of that adaptation is that diplomats come from various streams of study, and they don't come only from the humanities or from the arts or something. We have scientists, we have engineers, we have doctors, even in our foreign service. I mean, coming back to the service that I know, foreign service, I am an astrophysicist. For some of you who might think, what the hell is an astrophysicist doing in diplomacy? But my own sense is that you can bring in, all kinds of, streams into diplomacy. And then it is your, how the government deals with, nurturing you or creating some specialization that you might think. We have nuclear scientists in among our diplomats, and some of them have mastered, Dr. Bhaskar Balakrishnan, let me mention his name, is a master on science diplomacy. I don't know whether you've read his things. But there is an element of continuity in the sense that, and even the structures that we have today, we take in people from all streams. I mean, it's an open competition, as you all know, and people come in from all streams, engineers, everybody is there. So there is, I have no problem in assuming that they will learn and adapt to the new technologies. And the Ministry of External Affairs is very encouraging of that. For example, when we were getting into e-governance, for example, and IT, we created a cell and then probably a division now dealing with e-governance and IT. We have now a new division which looks after new and emerging technologies. So we are, abreast, maybe a little slower than the others, but then now we have to think of where do we go next? I mean, with digital technologies, with all these big Meta and Google and all these fellows whose revenues are more than, I think, last I read was 63, 67 countries in the world don't have as much revenue as these guys have. So how do we deal with them? And that's an area where, for example, the bill that government was considering is still held in abeyance. Clearly there are debates on how much to insist on and what to sacrifice. The bill, as you know, was a debate on keeping data in India. What you generate in India, you must keep in India. That was the basic fundamental concept, that you must have data that you generate in India to be kept in India. And they were naturally objecting because they had to create more data centers. They have their data centers elsewhere, so their data is there. And then, of course, the issue of how that if the government wants, you have to share that data compulsorily. They were reluctant, many of these big companies, to do that. Anyway, that's a debate that will go on, but it's a good focus to study because how can diplomacy help there? Take the Ukraine, the war in Ukraine. India has been talking about diplomacy and dialogue, saying that this is not, PM Modi has said, is not the era of war. Please get into talks and try and see. And it probably also applies to us in the India-Pakistan context, that we should be talking there as well. And you don't solve everything overnight, but you keep your channels of communication open and talk. So diplomacy will evolve, diplomacy's role will change, and technology will influence diplomacy, and we will have to adapt to these changes. Thanks.
In fact, if I may continue to defend the diplomatic corps a little bit, Naresh, we do get briefings all the time from headquarters. Like we get briefings on dairy production, on agriculture, on industry and other streams. It would also be on these subjects. We may not be able to grasp as much, but at least the basics. So digitization actually can also help in dissemination of important information and, kind of reinforcing and fortifying our knowledge. But Ambassador Venu has
just one point, if I may.
Please, this is a brainstorming now.
Today, you don't have to depend on briefing from headquarters to a large extent. You just click and you get it.
Internet.
I use the word click, so.
Yes. Please, Ambassador.
Thank you, Ravi. Technology is completely disrupting the world, changing everything that we knew about, changing the manner in which we functioned, and technology will continue to do this. So I do not, as far as a diplomat is concerned, there are two aspects to it. One, in terms of governance, Pinak had flagged this issue. This new world, this new era of cyberspace, technology, internet, blockchain, artificial intelligence also needs to be governed. And it is for diplomats to create the regimes that will govern them. And the other aspect is each diplomat, once again I sadly go back to realpolitik, each diplomat is given the task of advancing his country's national interest. And for each of these technologies are also a tool for advancing the country's national interest in positive ways and negative ways when seen from a normative standpoint. These technology tools provide enormous advantage to countries if they want to engage in propaganda, if they want to take their thoughts and ideas to far corners of the world. It can be seen as a positive if we are campaigning to become a permanent member of the UN Security Council, and we not only want to reach governments, but we want to reach people at large. But equally, it can also be a negative force when we want to brand Pakistan as an aggressor, or on the India-China border dispute, it is a particular standpoint or a viewpoint that we want to spread. So diplomats will not become relevant, but let me just say, since the topic is international law, and I see Professor Chimney here, I think if we just take the Ministry of External Affairs, and probably this applies to many governments all over, within diplomacy, within ministries, international law requires far greater prominence than it enjoys today. International law needs, irrespective of the background from which people come, they need to be taught international law much more, because as you rightly pointed out, there is virtually every aspect of diplomatic work involves some kind of an international law situation. So, and more importantly, international law must be integrated closely into international relations as far as the foreign ministry is concerned. For example, in our experience in the Ministry of External Affairs of India, the international law people are used to provide arguments to defend India, or once again, arguments which will help us take a particular agenda forward. It is rarely that they have the confidence or the ability to come up and tell the line diplomats or the senior leadership of the ministry, look, India should do this because this is the right thing to do in terms of international law. Diplomats still have that ability to say, this is the right choice, this is the wrong choice, or if you take this step, these are the consequences. But rarely do international law lawyers, international law experts within the ministry have the confidence or have the ability to engage with the leadership and present strong positions. And sometimes I think they have not done it. And I know, again, a point which Professor Chimini has often pointed out. Whenever there are major appointments to international institutions, it is rarely that we say, let us get the best international law expert for this. It is politicians, it is bureaucrats, all kinds of people are put up by India as candidates and brought to positions, often where they have no competence or eminence. Thank you.
So if I may hazard, just for the purposes of brainstorming and provoking some thoughts, if we were to say that the international legal order is a kind of an ideal situation, and that the evolving international relations are not able to completely resonate or tune in, whenever that happens and there's a lag between the two, there is a conflict or there is a global issue. We see that happening right now in the UN Security Council. There is a charter, there is a prescribed procedure, there's all disputes should be sorted out through Pacific settlement, and yet we have a charter member, founding charter member, decided to stray off course. So we have a legal order, we have a legal principle, but the real politic is different. We have some definitive norms, etc., about global trade, the way the WTO was set up, and how special and differential treatment was to be meted out to the developing countries, and how they would be given certain, kind of time lag or period before they can settle down into the new regime, and there is a problem. We have the permanent tribunals, etc., making pronouncements, whether it's on the South China Sea or whether it's on other issues, and we find that the real politic is different. So, and we have, of course, other contemporary issues, climate change, which is overwhelming, poverty and global south. All the assurances which have been given since the setting up of the Bretton Woods institutions almost 75 years ago and all the assurances which were meted out. And then came the dream about the Millennium Goals at the level of the UN, and then, transformed into Sustainable Development Goals. And we have all these tall pronouncements, but when it comes to sharing IPR, licensing vaccines for COVID-19, certain countries are not willing to give up the IPR, and they want to keep charging very high prices and costs because of the royalties their multinationals don't want to part with. So there is a gap, therefore, between the international law standards, the ideal norm, as it were, and perhaps the conflict is between the sovereignty, the concept of each state to itself, how it views itself, it's maximizing its national interests. So all these are issues which are included in this subject. So how is diplomacy going to fit in and going to fill, the void or the gap? That is the million-dollar question. And if anyone, maybe Prabhash or Mrs. Negi.
If I might
Yeah,
just
okay, you can start.
quickly lead off and,
Yeah,
and then open up. I think you've really put your finger on a critical point. When we see the law itself as an institution, and we look at the institutional mandates of the international organs and the bodies that we have, Security Council and so on, we are stuck. We are really stuck, and I don't think the answer will come from diplomacy. Diplomacy might be sort of at the end of the process, but the beginning of that process will have to be political leadership. And that political leadership I don't see on the horizon. How are we going to change the mandate of the existing international order, organs and institutions in a way in which we have a framework that is more consistent with the values that are emerging in today's world and with the changing nature of the state itself? Now that's a hard one. I don't know the answer to that, but I thought I'd reframe it like this and then maybe hear some answers from others. When you look at the conventions we have, and human rights conventions, for example, not civil and political so much, but taking economic, social, and cultural. And states negotiated even into that convention the Progressive Realization Act clause, rather, in which they will only meet the social, economic, and cultural rights which were agreed upon of their citizens when they are able to. So states themselves abdicate and step out of that on the, so that's really a difficult one. And I don't see the role of diplomacy immediately, but rather we need to really get into, do we have leadership? You recall when Maurice Strong, another Canadian who did the Rio Conference, 1992, he was asked how many leaders attended the conference. His answer was, we had a large number of heads of states and countries, but I can't answer how many leaders were there.
Brief, kind of response. In fact, one function of the diplomat would be, if he's representing a country which is not as well informed about the latest technologies, the latest norms, maybe the diplomat who is posted abroad can enlighten his headquarters about the need to acquire that knowledge and to tune in and tune up and upgrade. But that's just one aspect.
But if I might quickly I wanted to add just one point, and that we think about diplomacy beyond the role of the diplomat, but the craft of diplomacy as a whole process. And by that I'm talking about, multi-channel diplomacy, back channels diplomacy, emergent diplomacy as variations of the craft. and some evolution and instigation of that evolution could also be helpful.
I'd like to invite faculty and other members. Please.
Thank you, Ambassador Thapar. Just sort of reflecting on what Ambassador Rajamani said on the degree or the extent to which India has been able to make use of international law in conduct of its foreign policy. I mean, as a student of international law who sort of observes the Indian government from outside, my own feeling is that India has not been able to make full use of international law. And there could be several reasons for this. I mean, I'll just give you one simple example. Several times our conduct, which has international repercussions, is often not explained using the international law vocabulary. And that presents us as a state which perhaps is not conscious of its international law obligations, despite knowing those obligations very well. So when we suspended Pakistan's MFN status after the Pulwama terror attack, the reason for that should have been national security, which is a valid ground under the WTO law to do something like that. But instead we offered the justification under the Customs Tariff Act, which has got no connection with national security, for example. Now, if Pakistan were to challenge it, Pakistan hasn't done that, but if Pakistan were to challenge it, then we would be on a very, very weak wicket to defend, that particular action. So my question is that why is it that international law doesn't occupy a central place in India's foreign policy? Is it because the Legal and Treaties Division is heavily understaffed, which was reported in the Parliamentary Committee on External Affairs very recently? Is it because the MEA does not engage with international law academics who are outside the government? Or is it because, as you rightly pointed out, and I'm glad you said that the people who we sent to these international bodies, with all due respect, are perhaps not the best talent that we have in the country. So since you have been ambassadors, you have been working in the system for such a long time, I'm very curious to hear your views on this. Thank you.
The answer to you, to this, I think a very wonderful exposition on how we manage things is yes and no. It depends on which issue you are looking at. Now, MFN, of course, is under the WTO agreement. Every country who is a signatory must grant MFN treaty to the other. Now, Pakistan had refused to do it to India, but we continued giving the MFN treaty. In my view, it should have been explained that this is a reciprocal thing. It's a legal obligation on Pakistan's behalf to give MFN treaty to India because it is a signatory of the WTO, but it did not. So I don't know exactly what explanation was given, but it was simple. It was a question of reciprocity. Under that agreement, that every signatory, it comes down from the GATT arena, you would know that we have to, if you are a signatory, you have to give MFN treatment to each other. I mean, MFN treatment simply means, by the way, that if I charge 10% duty to country A on a particular tariff line or a product, that 10% should be applicable to all countries. It equalizes the tariff for all countries. That is called MFN treatment. It's not actually what it means, most favored nation. So people sometimes don't think that most favored nation means probably I give you some preferential treatment. No, that's not what it means. Now, international law and how do we deal with it? Let me give you an example on where I was High Commissioner in Bangladesh. We had this maritime boundary dispute going on for a very, very long time. I won't go into the details, but we couldn't sort it out because our legal experts and various other just couldn't come to any consensus on where the maritime boundary should be. So it had to go above them to the political level in the sense that, so at that time, the Bangladesh, in discussion with us, decided for basically political reasons that each side, if it agrees to some compromise, will be charged by the opposition of selling out national interest. That you have surrendered parts of your maritime, space to the other country. And that was very true of Bangladesh because it was Sheikh Hasina in power. And she is seen to be a little, close to India, etc. That, oh, you have sold out to India. You have sold away if she had agreed to a compromise. So what she did was that she said, let's go for arbitration. And so I had to take it up and all that. And we actually thought it over and said, maybe let's go for arbitration. Let's try out international, arbitration. What happened? It's not that we have not done it before. If you remember in the Kutch, in the way back in 48 or something, we had gone for arbitration and we accepted that thing. India's general policy has been to adhere to the norms of international law, largely, and we have a very good record on that actually. So what happened with the Bangladesh case, went to arbitration, they gave a rule, we couldn't get what we wanted. They got a little more than what we were willing to give, but it was settled. We didn't sort of challenge it. Now why didn't we not challenge it? First of all, it was arbitration, so it was as per the, laid down procedures, etc. But it was largely political. We didn't want to upset Bangladesh, which is a very important country from our, long-term strategic point of view. And we had a friendly prime minister, so we didn't want to upstage her as well. So there are other factors that go into decision making, and not purely any particular aspect of either international law or something. Appointments to high offices is politics. I mean, I don't have to go very far. Look at the governors who are appointed. They are appointed on the basis of certain factors, which is basically political. So I think that also happens, and...
So is a career diplomat better than a political?
No, I won't say that. I won't say that. I'm not saying that I am better than anybody. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there'll always be a debate, is X the best person for this job? Because there are so many X's. You can always find 20 X's who are as good as anybody else for that job. So one has to pick somebody. And that moment of choice is essentially done through a political sort of viewpoint.
Just to respond to Prabhash's point, and I'm on your side. I've already said international law should be given much more prominence in MEA, and experts should have a bigger role in the decision making. But I am sure my colleagues here would also agree that we would all say that the Ministry of External Affairs is one of the best and the most professional ministries within the central government. It is far superior to most other ministries, but still we would also be honest enough to admit that it still needs to do much, much more. There is a lot of introspection and a lot of improvement needed. There have been multiple commissions at different points of time which have looked at the foreign ministry, thought of reforming the foreign ministry and improving its processes. But they really, not every one of their recommendations have been implemented, and as time changes, as technology changes things, more and more requirements are there to reform how we function. And what you raise, can we get expert opinions also before we formulate a position and get their ideas in, is very important. MEA just doesn't have the kind of dialogue that it should have with the academic world. And the reason it doesn't have that academic world, one might be inclination or attitude, but the other is also that the MEA officers, just like others in the bureaucracy at the senior level, are highly overworked and have little time to engage in academics unless we retire, as you see, all three of us. So we must improve the manner in which MEA functions. And one of the tragedies which many people point out is that once upon a time we had a historical department in MEA headed by a person as eminent as Professor S. Gopal, one of the greatest historians India has seen. And even today, when you have a very protracted, difficult to solve border dispute with China, which is entirely based on history, when Kashmir continues to resonate in all international forums, wherever Pakistan chooses to raise it, why has MEA abolished the historical division? And the only other division which could do similar work is what we call policy planning division. But that policy planning division too has ebbed and waned depending upon the interest of different foreign secretaries or different foreign ministers. So we do need to improve the manner in which MEA functions, and I agree with you that we must rethink how international law can be integrated more into the regular functioning of MEA.
Just last few minutes with the students. Any questions? Yes, please.
First of all, I think I'm really out of depth here because the expertise on this panel is insane, to be very frank.
No.
But not to regress too much into the conversation that has progressed, but I think, sir, the mention of diplomacy that you spoke is about classical realism and how we approach it from a classical realistic point where we have everybody trying to put forward their prerogative and trying to kind of condescend on the other nations, not quite directly, but further your stance. And ironically enough, I did have the opportunity to work with the UN when I was younger. I had an NGO and I ended up speaking at the UN headquarters in 2019. And I had the opportunity to interact with a lot of diplomats as well as respected eminence, Antonio Guterres himself. And one of the key terms that I heard throughout that conversation was referring to international politics and the UN itself as the game. And kind of touching upon what Sir mentioned about the paper of quantisizing international relations, I've had the opportunity to go through the book and a little bit of the work. And it talks about the integration of AI and how we use hyper-technologies to kind of integrate foreign affairs and the contemplation of information in itself. So the art of diplomacy, the art that diplomats indulge in quite frequently, comes on the basis of the orders passed down from the respective governments. But if that whole process of integrating information itself is done by the AI, where does the art of diplomacy lie? Does the art of diplomacy now lie with what technology propounds or propagates, or does it lie with the diplomats themselves and the decisions they make beyond the ambit of what the government orders are?
So artificial intelligence is, of course, impersonal, and it may not be able to nuance the exact, factors which are present, geopolitical, economic, the aspirations of the people. So I think the rule, the final judgment will have to be made by the political leadership, and they are represented through the diplomats. Please.
Suppose your artificial intelligence throws up that for peace with Pakistan, give away Kashmir to them. How will you deal with that? I mean, artificial intelligence, after all, it's probably more intelligent than all of us. This is a question. I mean, you don't have to answer it.
Okay.
But what I mean is that there is a political aspect to it, no? Suppose somebody says, we actually have given away territory. Even in the Bangladesh, I come back there because there was this land boundary agreement which finally we had to do, and it was something that I worked on with, I think Mohan Kumar was then JSBSM at that time. So we gave away bits of territory to each other and redrew the international border to settle that thing once forever. It's a long story. You can read about the land boundary agreement, the enclaves and the adverse possessions, very goofy things, as one American ambassador told me that, where do you inherit these goofy things from? I mean, it was really goofy. It was a very Americanese. But it was a very strange thing, that we had pockets of territory within each other's country, surrounded by the other country, but they belonged to us, territorially. So there are many of such issues that ultimately a human mind is required.
Yeah, in fact, I'm going to make a very provocative statement. Artificial intelligence will probably throw up this thing on the radar that they were all part of India. These are all countries which are part of India, Greater India. So the mass evidence would be in our favor. So that's very sensitive. I think you need a discerning mind. There's always so much for statesmanship and political leadership, which of course has to be executed by the diplomatic corps. And the last one for you. Yes.
The only thing I'd say is the bias in the algorithm is an important piece of work to be addressed. So we are doing some research now in our Center on Complexity Economics, Applied Spirituality and Public Policy. One of our PhD students is looking at how bureaucrats make decisions and how they engage with AI. And all those biases that are there, how do you do better with it? It's not going away. And whether we like it or not, Google and Amazon knows us better than we know ourselves. So, you know, yes, a human mind will probably make the decision for a long time to come, I don't know how long, but the faster we are able to co-evolve with the technology, the better. And that's the kind of research I think we need.
Just to respond quickly, artificial intelligence, as has been pointed out by my colleagues, is not an answer to high-level policy decisions which requires a human mind to weigh pros and cons. But there are any number of areas in which a diplomat works where artificial intelligence can be used, mainly mechanical functions. A simple example, say all of us have passports. A reminder to all of us, whoever has an Indian passport, when it's time for the passport to expire and for you to renew, if automatically the system can send you messages. Similarly, India, a particular industry, particular government needs, or say, let's say, defense sector, DRDO or our defense, Ministry of Defense needs a particular niche technology, and it doesn't know where it exists in the world. Artificial intelligence can be used to identify the company, identify the country, where exactly it is available by trawling through the internet, things that a human may not be able to do with as much efficiency as artificial intelligence. So there are great uses for artificial intelligence in diplomacy, but not on high-level policy decisions.
So if the panel will permit me to just issue or share a few summary thoughts, I think there is still a very, very important role for diplomacy in the coming decades and years. And this happens because of the variety of issues which are there right now on the international horizon and which will actually proliferate as more and more freedoms and individual rights get vested in human societies. And there is greater internationalization, globalization, whether e-commerce, whether even on a cultural note, people are sitting in judgment and criticizing or, you know, praising an act which is happening in another country. There are online audiences. That might not be international law, but it has persuasive value. It's almost like the obiter dicta of a court. You know, it has persuasive value. It may influence a foreign direct investment in your favor just because people agree or resonate with you, or they may stay away from you just because they don't like the way things happen. So, in short, there will always be this gap between international law, I think, if I may submit, which is the ideal. Of course, it's not static, it is evolving. It is itself dynamic, it will keep changing, but we will have to keep catching up with that perfect international legal order. There will always be a gap, and that gap happens because of the sovereignty issue, because each state unto itself thinks that its particular ecosystem demands a compliance and espousing of its electorate and its constituents in a certain manner. So they can deviate from the ideal norm. And if that is the divergence between international relations and international law, I think the gap which has to be, you know, the connection which has to be made is to be done by the diplomat. It's a two-way process. Of course, primarily, the diplomat will represent his national interests. But now and then, the diplomat can also throw back signals and inform his seniors and his headquarters that this is not the way the current is flowing. And we have to tune in. And at some point, we will have to, you know, upgrade systems. So with that, with those thoughts, these are all generalizations. I would submit that our tribe is still very much in business as former diplomats, but we are all the more enriched because of the dialogue, and the point is well taken that we do need to upgrade our knowledge base, because knowledge in fact is getting more and more profound, more and more minute, and whether it is artificial intelligence or digitization which will help, we do need to measure up and live up to the expectations of our headquarters, of our national states, and of course, the variety of stakeholder communities, business, cultural, academic, political, who are sitting and judging us all the time, 24/7 basis. Thank you so much. Special thanks to the panel members, very, very senior diplomat, Ambassador Pinak Chakravarti, Ambassador Venu Rajamani, Professor Naresh Singh. Thank you for giving the other side of the story in the UN. I really enjoyed it, and I hope you did too. Thank you.
Yeah, they did. So in all our countries we have the national flag of India to commemorate the 100th Union of India, victory to which gave private citizens the right to fly the national flag.
Yes, I remember Naveen. Thank you very much.
Ms. Archana Negi. Ma'am, please.
Sorry, I'm left over from the previous
No, but you're an
Hello, senior. Great to see you. It has been 23 years since we met.
People remain such a very feeling.
Great honor. Yes, yes. So all our pins have been flagged to commemorate Jindal's victory in the national flags. In fact, she was my senior in Goa.
Thank you to all our guests. We would like to invite you all for lunch at the Adda. Professor, please.
We're here for a session on doing it globally, but as we're going to talk so much about the global, I think it's only fitting that we start by acknowledging the local, because at any given point, we are somewhere in a particular place, and we should express gratitude for that. Our affinities are often local, and whether they are not, it remains undeniable that local is where we are nourished and sustained, and local is where we are ultimately accountable, or should be anyway. So with that said, a warm welcome to our distinguished panelists for today, Ambassador Arora, Professor B.S. Chimney, and Professor Rajdeep Akanati, all of whom we have the tremendous privilege of studying from, learning with here at JGU. Without further ado, since we've been asked to wrap up the session by 3, I'm going to start with the first round of questions, perhaps starting with Ambassador Arora. Since we're talking about the global, I was thinking of, if we could start by approaching it conceptually in a way. How would you say your understanding of or associations with global have evolved over time? And can you think of any landmark experiences in your career, in your work, or in your life which were really formative for this understanding?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Professor Kalyani, and really a pleasure to be with all of you and with our distinguished panelists here, Professor Chimney and Professor Rajdeep. I'll just take less than a minute in saying, first of all, before responding to the question, that how greatly I've admired the Jindal Global Law School. Although this is my first ever interaction with the school, because I think in this August university, this school continues to be the flagship, and it was very interesting to read the history of the Big Bang auditorium as I walked in. And of course, from time to time in the media, etc., I try to follow the profound thoughts and suggestions that emanate from this distinguished school. Only day before, the Vice Chancellor wrote a piece giving some very thought-provoking, very insightful proposals to the new Honorable Chief Justice of India. And I have something else that I have perused in recent weeks with a lot of admiration that I'll come to later. Now, you see, you have asked me, interestingly, about my personal experience. So I'll come straight to the point. Among my diverse assignments, both in Delhi and in different countries around the world, and I've served in Delhi at headquarters at every level. You see, with regard to your question, I think my most substantive experience, so to say, was as head of the United Nations Political Division in the Ministry of External Affairs for 4 years, from 2005 till 2008, when I was also Government of India's nodal officer for our participation in the UNGA sessions. So basically it was all New York-centric issues, you see, be it our contribution to UN peacekeeping missions, counter-terrorism, UN Security Council sanctions, of course, the big and long-awaited issue of the reform of the United Nations. We also had some very interesting candidatures during that period. For example, you see, the banter among colleagues in MEA was that Singhvi Arora is the nodal officer for, he is the campaign manager for Dr. Shashi Tharoor, because the government had put up his candidature for the post of UN Secretary General, but we can talk of all that some other. I also dealt with Commonwealth. Again, I think it is, when you talk of Commonwealth, 55 or 56 countries, a major part of the overall composition of the UN system, and also some of the good old, I will call them, traditional issues like the non-aligned movement. You see, so basically one's feeling, day in and day out, all the work one did on a host of issues in that assignment was that, number one, of course, to say that member states, by their participation in the global system by way of the United Nations that was created in the shadow of the Second World War, have not achieved anything or nothing has come out of it, that I think would be an extremely pessimistic view. So trying to look at the glass that is half full, I mean, look at us, for example, our multi-pronged participation as a stakeholder in the UN system, whether it is UN peacekeeping or any fora you take. Up to UNFCCC, which is happening now in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. That was my first assignment. So that is one. The second, at the same time, was a feeling of great frustration, exasperation, and that, of course, made you more and more sensitized to the great challenges that are there in the global order. Challenges that affect us directly. Where is the listing of some of the most dreaded terrorists by the Counter-Terrorism Committee, for example? Even when we are sitting at the high table, albeit as a non-member, as a non-permanent member, what is happening to the big issue of expansion of the Council? You see, it doesn't reflect contemporary global realities. Where are we headed on climate change? And so on. So I think it's a mixed cup of tea, and I believe that is what, at least up to an extent, we would be discussing as we go along. And whenever you give me a chance, I have a 30-second thing. Whenever, it's up to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Arora. Yeah, there was a lot going on there for sure to unpack, I'm sure, as we go along. I want to come to Professor Rajdeep next, because I want to steer the conversation to the issues of governance when I move to Professor Chimney. Rajdeep, international relations as a discipline, the disciplinary orthodoxy, often approaches the global as mediated through the interstate system. To what extent do you see international relations, for this particular reason, maybe out of step with current developments as a discipline, as a field? Or do you rather see promising trends or turns in the discipline in a more promising direction?
Thank you very much. So what I will try to do is, I thought I'll address a similar kind of question, but when it comes to the specific field of international relations, of course, we emphasize the study, or what we say, the politics among nations. That's also, very famous title of a book, which is like a textbook for our field. The traditional understanding has been that the states will lead in addressing the various challenges. And so what we therefore looked at, and our primary tool of looking at it was this two-level approach. That is, we try to separate the study of politics within a country and try to understand all those dynamics there, and then distill some of those dynamics as potentially having an impact at the international sphere. And there were, in that sense, fewer variables that mattered. So the centrality of the executive, was center. So you can think about the role of the prime minister or the president, and what they wished or willed was what mattered. And therefore, when they interacted with other countries in the world, other nations, they would, similarly be in a position to interact with the other leadership or a few handful of actors on specific issues and address. The big change that has happened, say, from early 2000 onwards, is that myth, so to say, has been demolished, that there are only certain problems which have to arise to the level of the top executives, and then they will be addressed, through them in interaction with other countries. A good example, and maybe I'm not stepping into the subject field, but environmental, issues. It presented this idea of this transboundariness, that what might happen within the realm of a particular country might have transboundary effect. So apart from environment, many other issue areas have taken that nature. So then, the whole field started to try to look at, what to do with it. So one thing that I would emphasize in the study, I think, of international relations is it kind of veers between the emphasis on conflict and cooperation, which is again in fact a top journal's name in our field. That is, there's a lot more allure about conflict, and people attention is easily captured when there is a conflict. But the far more, interesting story is in the cooperation, which has, I think grown almost exponentially in terms of the number of issue areas, the depth of cooperation among member states, among states. So this is the kind of transformation that has happened. Maybe if we are to evaluate, one way we can say is with the most contemporaneous challenge that we have faced, which is the pandemic. What it seems to have suggested is to kind of drag the state back and again put it at the center. Because when it comes, I think, to questions about kind of a welfare of the people, I think, states are the only actors capable of promoting welfare. Others might contribute, developing new technologies, spreading it wide, it might help communications and whatnot. But if it is not, but they cannot take the responsibility to promote welfare, either bottom line or limited resources and so on. So state seems to have come back with the force and is now trying to deal. So I would say the transformation has happened, but only now it is put, reminding us about the centrality of states without saying others don't matter.
So the pandemic in a weird way has been helpful to the orthodoxy in IR is the short answer, I guess. We were almost there. We were almost going to change IR, right?
No.
Then here comes the pandemic and IR gets to stay IR.
No, the point I think is in our imaginations, and I think when we focus at the citizen-centric, even those who might have a very cosmopolitan view are not going to bet and say, I will become a citizen of Meta or Alphabet or something. They might say, I want to be a European. I might want to be a South Asian, say going beyond India. I might want to be an Asian. But no one is, able to, remove themselves. So that cosmopolitan view is still kind of hinged to that state perspective, I think.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Fascinating. Professor Chimney, I really feel like I shouldn't be commenting on your work, but I will start there because one of my readings of your work certainly is that there are global solidarities, but they are not necessarily where we think they would be, right? There are coalitions of solidarity to be found in the global, but not necessarily where we conventionally look for them. For instance, while you emphasize the continued relevance of the third world as a category, you look at the third world elite as part of a global elite which is invested in maintaining current structures. Where do you see, or do you discern some new emerging solidarities which could likely have an impact on global governance in future?
Thank you, Professor, first for inviting me to this panel and for your question as well. So in trying to understand the possibilities of different coalition of solidarities in the world today, in the global order today, I think first we need to understand what are the divides and how these divides inform efforts at solidarity. So I would suggest there are two kinds of divides in the global order today that we have to come to terms with. One is, of course, the North-South divide, the global North, global South divide. And that divide has to be understood, in my view, through using the category imperialism. I'm a dinosaur, so please bear with me.
so using the category of imperialism, and by imperialism I mean a network of institutions, norms, structures, processes and practices which produce and reproduce over time in a single motion dominated states on one hand and dominant states on the other hand. And this story of there being a divide has continued from the 16th century. And we need to understand that history, but I'm not getting into it. So that's the first divide. And that divide can be understood, as I said, using the category imperialism. The other divide that we see today, which has always been present, but which is getting accentuated, is the global class divide. So there is simultaneously in the world today, on one hand, the North-South divide, and on the other hand, the class divide. So that as we routinely say, that there is a first world in the third world, and there is a third world in the first world. There are poor, oppressed minorities in the first world, and likewise in the third world. Now, these are the dominant divides. And the question is, can you have coalitions of solidarity formed which could actually offer a counter-hegemonic narrative against these divides? And I think there is an incipient formation, social formation, if you see at the global level, which express this solidarity. Of course, there are these global civil society movements at all levels, whether global warming, growing inequality, rights of peasants, rights of indigenous peoples. There are, coalitions of solidarity. And the second is, because the international order, global order is in a flux today, new formations, state formation, coalitions of states are emerging, which are trying to now grapple with ways forward. And when I say grappling with ways forward, they are grappling with a vision which should inform the future of global order, so that, issues like class, gender, race, spatial divides can be attended to. These formations are, again, in a very, very early stage. So in the past we had, as Ambassador said, the non-aligned movement. We had the G77 so far as, they continue to exist. But these have been superseded in a sense by the coalition of the powerful, of which G20 is one of them, and which we are going to be heading in a year ahead. So I think, so the scenario in short, I'll end there, is a very complex scenario, but in order to understand how we can oppose the hegemonic narrative, the hegemonic structures that are in place, we need to closely scrutinize them, interrogate them, and then look at possible ways that we can, the counter-hegemonic narrative can assemble itself, find the right agencies, the right actors that can come together to oppose it. That's how I see it. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So for the next round of questions, before we open it up to the floor, I just wanted to refer back to the set of questions which the organizers had shared with us very kindly for the session, which I sort of understood as essentially pertaining to the current health and stability of the global governance architecture. So the questions were all broadly about what is our assessment of the current status of the global health architecture, of the health of the global governance architecture. And chiefly focusing, I believe, on three aspects of it. One is Chinese involvement. Second being the situation in Ukraine. And third set of, I think, dynamics were referring to the influential non-state actors as they are emerging. So I'm really going to open it up and come back to each one of you for your comments on, with reference to any of these situations or all of these situations, what is your assessment of where global governance today is poised and what is potentially the way forward? So, Ambassador Arora first, please.
If
if I may specifically make a few observations on Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Yeah, I'll just take a moment, if I may. Some of what I'm going to say, to a whole host of real gurus in our great country, including in the foreign service. We have one of the best foreign services in the world that I had the privilege to serve for over 35 years. So some of them might label me as being naive or simplistic or what you have. But I think I have been perusing this not only from 25th February this year, but from much before that. And I think we need to have, first of all, the terminology clear. All this business of Ukrainian conflict, war in Ukraine, this, that, no. It is Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It is unprovoked, right? Definitely there is a history, there is a background, the eastward expansion of NATO, and I mean, we are all aware of all that. But since we are talking of global governance and the interlinkages and the increasing awareness of the strong symbiotic interlinkages between IR and international law, I think one must emphasize that there is a UN Charter, there is international law, right? And there is the sacred principle, cardinal principle of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of nation states, right? So whatever might have been in that part of the world, the geopolitical developments, but there was no reason for a hegemon to order an invasion of Ukraine in the name of a special military operation or what you have, right? Now here, I would like to play a 30 seconds video. Please have a look at it. This is really in a few seconds a statement by the Prime Minister of Finland, Sanna Marin. Yeah, please increase the volume. I think without using any jargon, any rhetoric, any terminology, any pocket square diplomacy, she has told us what is UN Charter, what is international law, right? And how should international relations and how should global governance be in conformity with international law. And this is at some more length. This is precisely what a distinguished colleague who I am meeting for the first time, Dr. Prabhash Ranjan, along with one of his colleagues, wrote in the Hindu a few weeks back, Russia's continued defiance of international law. Absolutely a must reading, which I have read this article at least 4 or 5 times, including last night. And of course, a couple of weeks before that, there another, I think, fantastic piece written only by him is India has lost its way in the use of international law, in the same newspaper that has been one of the papers I read regularly for many years. So I think let's have all these things very clear. Real politics is absolutely necessary. It is important. But I think in the conduct of foreign policy, certain approaches, certain physiology, you see, certain ways of doing it should not be such that are not in conformity with the time-tested guiding principles of our foreign policy that have been steadfast, irrespective of the change of governments and so on, number one. And in some way that it may not be overtly, seen, but in ways and in real politics and geopolitics, there are so many ways which are hidden. There are so many, these things are not said. I think in some ways those approaches are also prejudicial to our interest. You see, should we not have been more upfront when the Chinese had this blatant aggression? Should we not have, come on, 71 we mobilized the international opinion. I think it was absolutely generations to come also of scholars who continue to research. It was a fantastic, I think, an unprecedented, marvelous cooperation and coordination between diplomats and our defense forces. And the world at large was made aware, well ahead of, the further rising of tensions and, of course, the outbreak of hostilities, including of the humanitarian aspects. Okay, and here I must also say that the civic society and Dr. Chimney very rightly mentioned too these enlarging, the growing movements of civic society, which are a very healthy phenomenon for the global order. But I think in India, the civic society has been remiss in not empathizing with the suffering and brave people of Ukraine. We are people who have given, I think, on humanitarian grounds, shelter, support, sustenance to so many, you see, whether it was in the run-up to 71, the creation of Bangladesh, and even afterwards, or Sri Lankan refugees, and so on. So I think these are questions which, with all due respect to the current policy-making establishment in South Bloc, we must ask. I can say a few other, but I think I should stop. If you have any other issues, I'll come to, because we have so many distinguished colleagues.
No,
Thank you.
certainly a highly significant point there about not just a need to rethink things, but to make sure that the principles we already agree on are still on solid ground. I think is what you're suggesting through your comments here. Rajdeep.
So coming to the contemporaneous situation, one of the things I think I will have to still step back to when I was your age in a way, early 2000s, another invasion of another country, that time by the US in Iraq. And one of the things, at that time while I was starting to study in-depth international relations and also the role of international law, it almost, was, we were feeling despondent that, there was so much hope in the charter and this and that. In fact, one of our, late teachers, Professor V.S. Mani, would always emphasize this peaceful settlement of disputes, which had a very, sharp impact on me. But I was, watching the invasion of Iraq, which was illegal, completely devastating, no adherence to humanitarian values at all. So I was wondering, what to think, make of it. So one way I think I have, reconciled or trying to look at it is the value of international law, more specifically. I say is, in trying to imagine, from the tale of, Gulliver's Travels, where he is shipwrecked and then, he's knocked out. So when he wakes up, he finds himself bound by the Lilliputians, although, with small threads. I feel all these ties, international law kind of weaves those kinds of ties among nations, which are like those, like Gulliver. If a particular Gulliver, decides I don't care, they can easily break those threads. But they will feel a pinch, or they will feel a kind of a hurt. Right? And so in these instances, these superpowers, US, USSR, for, we can still put it in that, just by the sheer size of it, decide to go. And that, I think, presents a quite challenge, which is when I think India, a country like India, should have stepped up to express our solidarity and completely, in that sense, denounce the illegal invasion of Ukraine. There's just no two ways about it. And one of the things I think, is when we situate India in the world, the allure of that soft power, I think, is quite important. Another, in that sense, in those emerging third world countries earlier, now which now focus on India and China, China actually presents this duality. One is a very deep commitment to extend international institutions, and they actually take advantage of it. So I think countries to chide China for taking advantage of, say, the WTO or any other rules and regulations, I think is actually wrong. We agree on multilateral agreements, and we want to benefit. But what I think China poses a challenge is in instances where the multilateralism doesn't work for it. It tries to carve this unique space as a big actor and then enters into many unilateral interactions, which is that model of the Belt and Road Initiative. So it's a really solid contributor to all the extent multilateral institutions, but then it goes about and starts a whole very, in terms of number of countries you count, number of economies, the depth of it, the value of it, BRI, where it is the center, it's of the wheel and the spoke kind of connections with other countries, which then means that those other countries are dealing not together, but on a one-on-one basis with China, which is kind of a losing proposition. So I think this, so in these moments of challenge, I think a country like India could have steered the world back to, a deeper commitment by denouncing such unilateral invasion of Ukraine.
Thank you, Rajdeep, for touching on both those issues in this connected sort of way. Professor Chimney, please.
So thank you. So I'll stay with Ukraine because we don't have so much time. I think if you want to discuss global governance, I think a lot of attention needs to be paid to non-state actors, and the two key non-state actors are international organizations and the corporation. These two are very critical in shaping the global order. But I'll remain with Ukraine because I think we all need to condemn the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I think that goes without saying. It violates a peremptory norm of international law. But we also need to understand the war in Ukraine more deeply. And we need to, in that context, remember that while apparently, of course, the war is between Ukraine and Russia, this is in reality a proxy war between the United States and Russia. So what, in my view, what you're witnessing, and something that left commentators have been highlighting, is that this is an inter-imperialist conflict. That is, this is a conflict between one empire which is going downhill, the United States, and on the other side, there is the other evolving empire, which is China and Russia. And this is a conflict between two empires, as if it were. And this is a position taken by many mainstream commentators or realist commentators or right-wing commentators in the US media as well, that this is a conflict between empires in shaping the future of the global order. And it's very important to remember that it's precisely inter-imperialist conflict which were at the roots of the First World War and which were at the roots of the Second World War. So geopolitical ambition, enlargement of empires, this was the root of the First World War, the Second World War. Of course, these wars are overdetermined. There are a whole range of reasons that come together, as if it were, for this conflict. But so Ukraine has to be looked at differently from just seeing it simply as the invasion of one state of another state, even as we condemn it. And therefore, perhaps this non-aligned position is not as irrational as it appears, that you want to distance. This was the rationale of the non-aligned movement, independence, strategic autonomy, etc., and we can remain with that. But I must say something about those two private actors, because if we discuss global governance today in the context of hegemony, in the context of imperialism, then a very central role is being played by international organizations. The international organizations in the post-colonial era mediate between the hegemonic powers, the advanced capitalist states and their ambition, and the global south or the weaker nations on the other side. And it is the larger task, not in every instance, but it's the larger vision of the international organization is to prescribe, enforce, and legitimize rules which furthers what I call capital accumulation on a global scale. That is the interests of global capitalist states, which is a complex thing, which doesn't require that in every instance this happens. So there is the relative autonomy of international organizations, there is the relative autonomy of international law, and they intersect very closely with the agenda of corporations which are multinational corporations. So without understanding how these two actors operate, for example, global warming, you cannot get a sense of what is going on today, how the issue of global warming is being addressed, without understanding what is now being called the global governance complexes which deal with it. So there's a new phrase, new concept which has been invented, which is a number of intersecting international organizations, private corporations, civil societies, and other subnational entities like cities coming together as a complex whole to address the idea of global warming. And what the dynamics of this, how the dynamics of this plays itself out and how imperialism injects itself into these dynamics is a central sort of question, central question for our times. And I hope all of you, especially fellow students, colleagues of mine, should pay attention to this. These are very exciting times. I'll conclude with that. These are very exciting times. The global order is in a flux. It is changing in ways that it had not changed for a long time. And so it's very, very fascinating to follow the different trends, the intersecting trends, and the possible outcomes in the near future. And I would really ask you to engage with it. And international law plays a critical role here. I've heard so much about international law, and it's always talked about it as if it comes from the outside. International law is inside. International law, in a definitive way, defines the contours of hegemony. Hegemony is about international law. And to think of it as something we have to observe, nonsense. You are observing it all the time and paying a price for it. And all the time you are paying a price for it. It's not something that comes from the outside. It's not something external. It's inside. And I hope we get other occasions, Professor Unkule, to debate this, because I think we need to now approach this relationship between IR and ILO, I think, with recognizing much more complex issues than we have. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Chimney. Are there any questions from folks here? Yeah? Yes, Rabash? Please go ahead. We can still take another one afterwards.
No, just a point on the role of international organizations that Professor Chimney talked about. My question is that, do you see the nature of international organizations having changed in the last 2 decades or so? In the sense that during the heydays of neoliberalism after the end of the Cold War and the triumph of capitalist America over communist Russia and the end of the history movement, etc., in the 90s when you had the WTO coming into existence and the IMF and World Bank sort of offering the policy prescriptions, and if you look at these same international organizations today, there are several instances which show that the states are not very keen to cede the same power or sort of cede their sovereignty to the IOs at the same rate at which they were willing to do in the 90s. And there's also a debate that the IOs are weakening as a result. I mean, one of the reasons for Brexit was, of course, it was felt that decisions are being made in Brussels and not in London. And that the US is also kind of hitting back at the WTO by paralyzing the appellate body, etc. So my question is that is there a uniform way in which you look at the IOs in the last 3 decades, or do you think that the IOs, the nature of IOs is undergoing a change, and as a result, the mediation that they perform, which you're talking about, is also undergoing a change?
Yeah, so Prabhash, a great question, and again, something that we need to closely try and scrutinize. So my own sense is that they are undergoing change. There's no doubt about it. But what does that change mean? So as long as the international liberal order was at its zenith, was strong, the imperialist states, the powerful states, the once capitalist states, whatever vocabulary you want to use, were willing to give some concessions to weaker states. So that even if you look at the WTO agreements that I constantly critique, you will find that they did give some concessions in some areas to the global South nations. But because of the pandemic and the financial crisis, there is what we call the accumulation crisis, the crisis in capital accumulation. And at this point of time, these powerful states do not want to give a concession, want to take back some of the concessions that they had given to the global South. So what does the change in IOs mean today? For the global South nations, it means the worst of both worlds. That is, that we have no choice. Do you, even after the change that has taken place, do you have a choice to disown WTO obligations? Do you have the wherewithal to defy the IMF and World Bank mandates? I'm not talking of India, I'm talking of the global South nations. You do not have. So on one side you have to, but because of some of these changes taking place, for example, getting rid of the appellate body or redefining the mandates of other organizations, the space for some kind of advantage to the global South nations is reducing. And so I think the international organizations are becoming more direct instruments of hegemony. Relatively speaking, more direct instruments. It appears they are diminishing. But that's an appearance that needs to be deconstructed, because in reality it means we continue to do. Has India violated any of its WTO obligations? No. Has it violated any of its WHO obligations? No. Has it violated any obligation it owes in international law to any organization? No. So what is the change? The change is those guys say, now we will do what we want to do. That was the Trump positions. The others are more sophisticated. They don't articulate it in the same way, but that is what they desire. That is what they desire, that look, we gave you some concessions because you, in the post-colonial era, you were better organized, etc., etc. We gave you some concessions, special differential, all that. Now forget it. Now simply forget it. And that's what happened in the Paris Convention, Climate Change Convention. That's not what has happened in the WTO, and that's what is happening elsewhere. So in short, I'm sorry for this long, but I think change is there. I entirely agree with you. But the change is completely to the disadvantage of one set of geographical spaces as against another set.
Any other questions? Yes.
So, in the case of Afghanistan, before US...
You have to speak loudly, I'm an old man. You can use the mic. It's also getting recorded.
Am I audible now, sir? Yeah. Okay. So in the case of Afghanistan, before the US left, the US signed a peacekeeping treaty with, not with the sovereign state of Afghanistan, but with the Taliban. So this, in a way, clearly signifies some kind of underlying political motive that the USA might have had, and or some sort of bargaining that America did with the Taliban before the takeover happened. So what do we have to say about that? Because from all the research we've gotten, whatever we've been studying, it seems like there was always a contention regarding who is the government of Afghanistan, and
especially thinking about how we're talking about peace and about sovereignty. How does this come into context? Because there's a big, powerful state that is interfering in one's state's sovereignty. So, what do you have to say about that?
So most people weren't surprised when the United States left Afghanistan. Any text of Realpolitik would tell you that the United States would do what it is needs to be done in its national interest. I think Biden's concern was more now rising China, dealing with Russia as a part of undermining China. That's the inter-imperial conflict. And he did not want to any longer engage with... now, in withdrawing there, whatever needs to be done, they will do. Remember, whatever needs to be done. This is not the first time they have struck a deal with Taliban. It goes back to, in terms of the social forces that constitute Taliban. This was done earlier on in order to get rid of the Soviet invasion. So there is a history to that relation. So let me put it this way. I keep saying imperialism because the essence of imperialism is violence. So one of the definitions given historically, that imperialism, colonialism was what? It was violence. It was not simply about exploiting you in economic terms. It was violence done to these nations, to these peoples. That violence is again reflected in Afghanistan. You can interpret it, we don't have time, you can interpret it in different ways on how this was clearly in violation of international human rights law. They actually abandoned all those constituencies which stood by them. And even today, as we speak, we are not sure that those people whom the United States itself identified as individuals that they want to save because they sided with them and were now in danger, have still not to be admitted into the United States. So that is why always, so that's my last thing. So whenever you look at any contemporary event, genealogy is the key. Genealogy is the key. History is the key. The past is the key. Because otherwise you get too trapped and too into looking at the immediate. It's like when I went to an art appreciation course, the first thing I was told is don't stand too close to the painting. You have to stand at a distance. Likewise with global events, stand at a distance. Don't stand too close to it, because if you stand too close to it, or you watching movie, I used to, in my school days, we used to bunk and watch a movie in the front row. So we could only see part of the screen, and the other part of the screen, if you look there, then you missed out on what went on here. So likewise with global politics, don't stand too close. So even with Taliban, with Afghanistan, go back and see, and you won't be surprised at what happened at all.
Yes, in fact, we unfortunately don't have any further time for any more questions. I'm going to thank the panelists, and in closing, I'm going to hand it back over to Ambassador Arora for some closing observations.
Yeah, I wanted to say something on Afghanistan. No, I of course spoke about what our Russian friends are up to, and what our American friends have been up to is the whole world knows. I mean, Professor Rajdeep mentioned Iraq and Afghanistan, we just discussed. I mean, the type of, I think, blatant interventionism and absolutely in wanton disregard of the canons of international law. One can go on and on, whether it is the coup in Chile or what happened in Vietnam, or where are the weapons of mass destruction, by the way, and where were they in Iraq, and I've lived through those days, long years in West Asia, and so on. Also, if I may very quickly, you see, listening to Professor Chimney on our position on Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and please, I don't mean to backtrack or anything. You see, I had in mind certain formulations in the initial stages of this crisis. You see, even the formulations on the floor of the UN, simple things, simple principles like sovereignty and territorial integrity. If you go back to those statements, I think in the first couple of statements, it was not there. It was not there. So that is, I'll leave it at that. Now, I just sought the chair's permission to share just a few thoughts as to what are some of the most critical global governance challenges. And I mean, this is something I've jotted down just now in the course of our interaction. And I would say, and again, I'm not listing these in any order of priority, but I think the world over, wherever it is happening, the ideologies of exclusion, I think it is really one of the most critical challenges of our times. You see, what happened on the 6th of January in front of Capitol Hill, in the world's oldest democracy, our strategic partners and allies, the United States. 6th of January, was it 21? Yeah. So, and so on, you see, and wherever it's happening, then of course, undoubtedly, we would continue to adhere to the policy of non-interference, some of those cardinal principles that one spoke about. But I think wherever there are threats to freedom of expression, liberty, women's rights, rights of minorities, children, threats to transgenders, and so on. I can go on and on. And here, now of course, somebody may say that, come on, I mean, what about the GCC, the countries of the Gulf Cooperation Council? What about so many other countries where they are monarchies? Right? No, it is not my point, and it is not my. I'm not suggesting in any way that it is our agenda to go about, like George Bush had launched this grandiose campaign to democratize the globe. No, that's not going to happen. And that actually that creates more problems than it solves. But I think there are degrees, you see. For example, a country where I served as ambassador for more than 4 years, Qatar. Well, monarchy, yes, centrally controlled, naturally, but benevolent monarchy. So we have to see. I think the type of absolute, the most severe forms of dictatorships, wherever these are happening, be it in China, well, with our friend, quote unquote, following the footsteps of Mao now, the third term, one president, the second time it happened in their history of the CPC, or elsewhere, the grandiose imperialist, to borrow this expression from my colleague, design of President Putin to change the world order, or wherever it is happening. And this is once again where I think in our own way, because we are a great country in every sense of the, 1.4 billion, the world's largest democracy, pluralism, the civilizational ethos, economy, the size, and so on and so forth. So I think there are issues where we have to be more vocal, and that's not something we need to be hesitant about, or this what's that word? Whataboutery or something? Yeah, that type of thing. Human rights. Come on, why are we abstaining on a resolution at the UN Human Rights, in the UN Human Rights Council, on the atrocities in Xinjiang in China? Why are we abstaining? What's going to happen if, anyway, I'll leave it at that. Then, of course, I think an extremely important priority, as also a critical challenge. Broadly, I know we're short of time, I'll say sustainable development goals, because climate change comes under that, and energy, which is a favorite hobby horse for me, particularly since I started teaching it here this semester. So I think, again, it is covered under the SDGs. And, of course, terrorism and other transnational crimes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please join me in giving a hand to the panel, and thank you all so much for being here today and listening. Thank you.
Thank you to all the speakers, and thank you
of COP27 and in the context of climate change, which is one of the most serious problems that humanity has ever faced that we are now having to deal with. I'm Professor Tarini Mehta. I'm from the Jindal School of Environment and Sustainability, and my areas are international law, international environmental law. And we have a very esteemed panel of speakers with us to talk about this issue. The way in which we're going to do this is we're going to do this as a question-answer, as a dialogue. There's a set of questions tapered down from several, which we've managed to draft and finalize, which I'm going to ask to the panelists. I hope it leads to some discussions and debates, because this is a topic that can have hot debates. And then after some closing remarks from each of the panelists, we'll open the floor for questions to the audience. So now this topic, the chemistry of negotiations, climate diplomacy, international law, and international relations. As we know, as the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has said, climate change is a code red for humanity. And as he keeps repeating and reminding us, we're running out of time. The impacts of climate change, the repercussions of climate change are going to change life as we know it. They're going to change life, they're going to change the way people work, it's going to have impacts on human rights, basic rights, right to water, right to food, it's going to be impacted. This is also going to impact a lot of the structures, economic structures, trade and so on. Governance as we know it is going to be impacted, and of course also impacting the way countries respond to climate change. And climate diplomacy then becomes an extremely important issue, that how do we bring the world together, how do we bring countries together in this account. And climate diplomacy is linked with international relations, it's linked with international law, and essentially when it boils down to politics, so a lot of politicking, as we all know, takes place, but we also need to have this cooperation. So this is one of the sort of tricky areas that we need to navigate as we move forward. So in a sense, one can say that climate change and climate diplomacy is an expression of the kind of world that we are living, the kind of complex global scenarios that we're living in. And climate change itself is a multi-level problem. It has to be dealt with at multiple levels, so there's that complexity as well. So this session is going to look at these issues. We have with us some extremely esteemed and known people who've worked in this area from different angles. We have with us Professor Dr. Bharatesh Desai. He needs no introduction. He holds the prestigious Jawaharlal Nehru Chair in International Environmental Law. He's a professor of international law. He has been a part of negotiations with the Indian government, with delegations of the Indian government, and he has written extensively on international law, international environmental law, and so on. So in a sense, along with being an academic, he has first-hand experience of what we're talking about in climate diplomacy. So welcome, Professor Desai, and thank you for taking the time out. We have with us Dr. Stelina Joly, who is an associate professor at the Faculty of Legal Studies of South Asian University. She is a Fulbright scholar with the University of San Francisco. She researches international environmental law and the conflict of laws, and she has also undertaken projects, consultancies with a number of organizations, including international organizations, the European Union, the International Renewable Energy Agency. So again, she brings academia and practice together at this forum. So welcome, Dr. Joly. We have Ms. Maulika Arabi, who is an educator par excellence. She has played a role in educating and shaping young minds for years to come and for decades. She is an advisor at the Center for Environmental Law at WWF India. She's an academic advisor for postgraduate diploma courses conducted by WWF India and the National Law University. She has spearheaded and developed a very unique LLM program with OP Jindal Global University, and she has also worked on the field in policy and environment spheres with WWF and various organizations. So she's a person who can take this conversation forward from that very practical and academic angle as well. So thank you for being here with us. And we have Professor Dr. Sneha Krishnan, who, along with me, is an associate professor at JSCS, so we are colleagues, and she is an environmental engineer. She works on environmental justice and climate change adaptation issues, gender issues, and teaches on these issues with the context of gender, health, disasters, and so on. So again, then she's going to bring that perspective into this debate. And climate change, of course, is an issue, as we all know, that has so many different multiple angles and problems associated with it that, we can look at it from many angles, and even there are many more that we can even look at. So to start with, let me start this panel by asking a very basic question, because I think we have a mixed audience, and we have some students with us who may be new to these ideas. So I'm going to start, and I'm going to ask Professor Desai to start with this, and then everybody else can, all the other panelists as well. So how has international relations and international law convergence shaped climate diplomacy? How does it shape climate diplomacy? Can you sort of shed some light on that?
Question by question or?
So question by question, and of course I'm hoping that we end up with some sort of a debate and discussion so that we can take that forward, but there are so many questions to be asked.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, almost after a decade or so, when I think nobody was around. They came when only there was one building, and the credit goes to Raj, to make everything happen. It's really great to see a flourishing campus like that. Although it's very difficult to reach here, but once you are here, yes, it's a different, different. I see a lot of people around, a lot of familiar faces, those who were somewhere else, now they are here, so to bring the people together, that also itself also an art and craft, And I see Tarini, I know her since her childhood, and see her, to be a, after doing PhD and being an academician, to, to sit with her, it's really, reminds me of those days. Something, life does very many amazing things, So in any case, and good to see scholars like Prabhash, because I never met him one-to-one. I see him through his newspaper columns only. So good to see you here. And so now what Tarini is asking, let me try to first, provide little genesis of what, things I have been, like if you live in India, if you are born in India, and if you think, yes, you are made differently, then you have to do experiments, if you are not run of the mill, if you are not here as a, just to earn your salary or something like that, I don't want to go into the great detail, but I did it at my own home turf at a place called School of International Studies, which has an impeccable trajectory which goes back to the, pre-JNU days since 1955, and probably I must remind, I'm yet to dig out the original documents. The very genesis of the School of International Studies was on the basis of the grant given for study and promotion of international law. Okay. Then the entire School of International Relations, International Studies was woven around that. I'm talking about 1955. A galaxy of scholars had come. So the whole purpose was to have international law, as a backbone, for the study of international law, international relations. It's impossible. You cannot have any study of international relations, or remotely think about international affairs, and without having some basic because that is exactly why we are part of the School of International Studies. We didn't want to become a school separate. So my colleague, Professor Chimney has just left, So we were very clear, and we needed that kind of an interface. And I did try. If some of you are interested, please write in Google, making SIs visible. Just 3 words. It will show you what I tried to do at my own home turf for 5 years, having a 46 meetings to make my own colleagues understand that international law is an inextricable part of study of international law and international relations, international studies, And we did have several sessions with my more than 100 colleagues to see how there is this interface, It's already documented, it's there on the website, And so, like, you talk about some of the major institutions of, international law, without which international affairs cannot be conducted, whether you admit it or not. And fortunately or unfortunately, Prabhash has been doing a lot of betting, through his columns, something you can say, something you cannot say, there is amazing amount of ignorance prevails in this country at various levels, और उसमें कोई हम कम नहीं है, किसी से उसमें कम नहीं है, ignorance में तो. Because lot of people, they have been beating around the bush talking about rule-based international order. अरे भाई, जिसका जो शब्द, you call the animal by the name which it deserves. International law is international law, full stop.
So that has not been coming around, because a lot of people, like the Foreign Service Institute and others, where we have been doing that, So, unless you provide, like some of the major institutions, the treaties, diplomatic immunity and privileges, asylum, or you just go on, mentioning some of those fundamental pillars of the entire, art of diplomacy or your conduct of your foreign relations of a particular country are concerned. You cannot do without it, Each of the area studies in my school, like we have the 13th center, and I'm sure, I don't know how many Raj has managed here, probably he was saying 8 or 9 or whatever, Probably he was almost, chasing SIS, as many centers as we have, But you cannot crystallize those area studies and those, without, each one of them, they're woven around, each time there are high-level visits of the heads of state, heads of governments, foreign ministers, What else do you do? You do the treaty making, you do the agreements. So you do it without knowing it. It's so interwoven, it's inextricable part of it. So what I will just say that the entire interface between international law and international relations is absolutely inextricable. You cannot, conduct your study or your foreign affairs, without having fundamentals, being aware of the fundamentals of international law. It's so, and I'm very happy here. I had the one-on-one, interface with the Prime Minister, and this is exactly what I hammered, I said that as a Prime Minister of my country, I want you to speak language of international law. एक international law का professor जाके ये बात करता है, okay? वहाँ कोई चौधरीगिरी नहीं करता है उसके आगे जाके, and he understood that. आप देखिए ना उस आदमी की बाकी, I don't know whatever different people, I don't hold any party cards, okay? I don't have any cards, but मेरा काम था फर्ज था क्योंकि I know him very well, and he picked it up. Now आप देखेंगे, I think there are some video clips which a lot of people have. They said respect for international law, and once the boss speaks, the others have to speak. And you see the foreign minister who is alumnus of my school, he says commitment to international law. I think you must have seen the India's that policy paper on the, for the membership of the UN Security Council, commitment to, and this is exactly what he did. International law saved us. I don't want to go into the Kulbhushan Yadav case and, plenty of other cases, where, ultimately you had to rush there. Like every country, whenever you are in a weak position, like Russia-Ukraine stand-up, you might take whatever positions you like, because there is a lot of, dust being pumped into that, Ultimately, what you are holding on to was international law, architecture of international law. All that it says, that use of force, charter does not permit, and we ourselves did it. When we had the surgical strike, we took shelter, although we didn't, because हम अभी थोड़े धीरे-धीरे सीख रहे हैं ना, धीरे-धीरे समझ में आ जाएगा हमें क्या बोलना, भाषा क्या बोलना. Because bureaucracy, bureaucracy, so you don't understand that, Bureaucracy, there are so much arrogance is there, All that they understand is that you speak in English. At least they can make out. That's it. International law is almost not part of it, So you have a very formidable challenge, in this sense, to make it understand that you cannot do without it. You need to have the right people at the right place. You cannot have approximate. You cannot have the mediocrity doing the job for you. It's not possible. You cannot do it. आप देखिए Russia, whatever you like or not, Russia has a formidable foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov. वो भाषा बोलता है आप देखिए. He defends his country. आपको वो चाहिए ना. आपको जो you are a lawyer or a counsel for your country, you speak the language. You dig in your heels and you argue the best. If I have to do it, I will do it. Surgical strikes, like I have already written, surgical strikes by India, taking international law seriously. आप पढ़िए Economic and Political Weekly, February 2017. I did the betting for India. So you have to argue, you have to speak that language, How do you justify the conduct of your, whether it's a use of force or whether anything, like Kulbhushan Yadav case, ultimately we went to the International Court of Justice and said, International Court of Justice came, I said, upholding the majesty of international law. So what I'm saying is, just here are a few examples, the time will not permit me, but all that I would underscore is that it is an integral part of it. You have to understand, and since you have to learn the ropes, you have to know the things, if you want to really play that art. Because if you are sitting with those people, whatever is the issue, like I was talking to somebody for the G20, अब वहाँ क्या बात करेंगे? With India, with having almost, Niti Aayog says almost 25% of Indian people, there is the poverty. Okay, and if I have to do betting for poverty, elimination of poverty, I'll take shelter under international law. Trafficking, terrorism, refugees, human rights, any issue, environmental issues, क्या बात आप करेंगे? So ultimately, that is exactly what provides you the backbone, and we need, I'm not saying everybody need to be expert, but at least the basic nuances, in a school of international affairs, international relations, international studies, That is why exactly, but you need those kinds of, you need the teachers. पहले कुएं में पानी होगा तभी तो वहां पानी आएगा ना, बाहर पानी कैसे आएगा? कुआं ही बंजर है तो किसी को प्यासे को पानी क्या पिलाएगा? दैट इज एग्जैक्टली व्हाट द चैलेंज वी आर. ये कभी कभी प्रभाष लिखता रहता है, उसी के बारे में लिखता है, यू नो. बट उसको थोड़ा पृथ्वी लोग और लोग जो है उनको भी ध्यान में रखना है. स्वर्गवासी लोगों के बारे में तो हम बता ही देंगे क्योंकि वो तो चले गए हैं सब ने. उनको उनसे भी मैं आर्ग्यूमेंट करता था कि साहब पीछे तो कुछ छोड़ना चाहिए ना. बोले नहीं हम मर गए इसके बाद डूब गई दुनिया. यू कैन नॉट डू दैट. You cannot do that. And I have been telling to my own colleagues also, you cannot follow scorched earth policy. इस देश का दुर्भाग्य यही है कि आपने, this is exactly what you have done. After 70 years of my own school, you know, being there, you know, I wanted it to be the think tank. मैंने एक लिखा था उसमें कि JNU think tank to aid country in international affairs. 2008 में Indian Express ने publish किया था. I ran it for 5 years just to ensure my colleagues rise to the occasion. And then you have to understand that you play in your respective areas, European Union, American studies, Latin American studies, different areas, you know. But the instrumentality is international law. You cannot do without that.
Yeah. This is a wonderful opening because that's one of the debates that comes around with international law. Some critics who say that international law is not really law. You know, because of the various structures of international relations, because of the fact that, you know, it does not have teeth, how do you enforce it, how, you know, the various countries who break it, even when there is international agreements and so on. And that becomes even more apparent in a way in the case of climate change. So, Dr. Jolly, can I ask you to weigh in on this?
Couple of aspects. See, it's not really just in climate negotiations. I think most of the environmental issues, especially the climate change, we should ideally feel that since it's a scientific issue, it should be the science that should drive the drafting and negotiation of a treaty provisions. But unfortunately, even the science is interfaced with the politics and international relationship. So I believe that even in the negotiations, and finally, you know, we have either a soft law or a hard law. So it is driven by the politics and international relationship. But it is at the same time, it's a paradox, especially if you look at the Paris Agreement after almost 2 decades from the 1992 to 2015, you know, many failed attempts or other. Almost, it's surprising that United States, China, India and European Union praised the Paris Agreement in superlative degree, and they came and announced that it is something which is very balanced, fair and ambitious. But, you know, even if they announce it to the public world as a fair, ambitious, you know, balanced, what preceded their points during the negotiations and what they immediately do after the negotiations, they do not always praise that. So that suggests that there is something that, you know, becomes part and parcel of the negotiations. I'll just pick up maybe, you know, illustrate a couple of instances during the Paris negotiations. Even within the global south and global north, especially even among the global north, there was disagreement, especially the United States. Almost the entire Paris Agreement, even the legal, the language, everything was in a way negotiated to bring United States, you know, in order to please the sensibilities of one nation. So if that is not the international relationship or a politics, then what could be? European Union wanted a little more quantified mitigation targets, even if it is a voluntary. United States, in public platform or open negotiations which happens, they were favor, but the reports of course suggest that during the private negotiation, United States points were very, very clear they didn't want to have. But they wanted to show a phase of responsibility at the outside. And almost at the last minute where the final test has to be agreed, United States insisted that the word shall should be replaced with should. So without a kind of a negotiation, then the European Union felt that no, without United States we can't go ahead. So then the language of the test changed to the developed nation should introduce the economy wide instead of the shall. So that definitely dilute the entire process. So you have, multiple examples where it suggests. So even though international law, we talk about the formal equality of the states, but in the negotiations, it's unfortunately characterized by asymmetry of dynamics and power. So it's not, I believe, and maybe it is too ideally to, expect a democratic bargaining which does takes place. So it is normally, especially the entire history of climate negotiation is characterized by maybe a kind of a cohesion narrative or a self-interest, or it could be even an ignorance narratives where, the countries comes with a bargaining. What is the consequences? I believe we have to many times, comes out with a political compromise. That may not be the most ideal solution. So the language get compromised, the principles behind it get compromised. So yes, in a way it's, the political and international relationship interface drives the entire climate
It is driving
diplomacy.
the international. So in a sense, we can say it's more a convergence of almost disagreements rather than a convergence of agreements. And it's, again, unfortunately, self-interest taking a precedence, particularly in the context of something like climate diplomacy. Professor Desai, you've played a role in negotiations with the Indian delegation. How do we move forward with this in the context of a problem such as climate change? How do we deal with this problem of politics playing a heavier role than it should, perhaps?
Politics is integral part of it. National interests, every sovereign state will try to. But my take will be, well, whatever you do, you need to have a clarity about that part. You must do the homework. When the delegation, I don't want to share unnecessarily. I have done that almost for a decade or so, and I've seen that, मर्सिडीज बेंच में बैठ के ब्रेड खाते हुए लोगों को, जो नेगोशिएटर्स हैं, नेगोशिएटिंग जो ब्रीफ है होटल में छोड़ के आते हुए देखा हुआ है मैंने, the casualness with, and since you are an outsider, you think, that seriousness is missing. Can you believe your top secret negotiating brief is left in the hotel? What could be the consequences? And you don't take that stand. I've often played those battles. And you could see. If I just mention one small example about how this what Stalina was mentioning. The entire architecture. If you see, I have just written a blog post yesterday night. Should be coming out. Global climate change. Global climate change as a planetary concern, making international law work. So it should be coming out in next 2-3 days. Then maybe I can circulate. Like the very raison d'etre of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change has been the principle of common but differential responsibility and respective capabilities. Okay, I don't want to unnecessarily spell out. I presume that people will know it. Responsibility is supposed to be common at a differentiated level, and it has to be proportionate to the respective capacities of the countries concerned. So that was the thorn in the flesh. That is exactly, and it was I would say, if you say like what the diplomacy, it was a diplomatic master stroke. When the 1992, and I remember a person like Chandrasekhar Das Gupta, who was India's ace negotiator at that time, he said this was the coup d'etat. When we could push that bull, push it down the throat of they couldn't simply avoid, because there was such a momentum at the time of the Rio Earth Summit. They couldn't, because they said either you take it or leave it, and within a period of 16 months or so, the convention was to be, draft was to be ready. On 4th of June, the text was, the Rio conference started, I think ready on May 4th of June, the conference and the convention was open for signature. It was to be prepared. So whatever is a framework convention, but this was the most important achievement, the common but differential responsibility. Now the whole, if you see the trajectory, I don't want to go from further. 1994, the convention came into being. Then the 97, the Kyoto Protocol came. The main thrust of the Kyoto Protocol was that having a differentiated level, although states are sovereign and equal, but some states have a more obligation because of the historical responsibility. So for the first time, a particular treaty could have a differentiated obligation for the countries who are considered to be responsible for historical emissions. Annex 1 countries only. And that became another anathema for them. They tried their best. And it was literally like within no time, within couple of years or so, the Kyoto was grounded. It was a legally binding treaty. Can you believe? And that issue had not been raised by anyone. Although I kept harping in the negotiations, but then the entire bureaucracy didn't want to hear about that. Because that becomes, you are an outsider, वो बेचारे उनका दाना पानी कैसे चलेगा ना, वो बड़े तकलीफ होती है उनको. The bureaucratic ego gets wounded, and somebody, मैं तो बाहर का व्यक्ति हूँ ना, मेरा तो एक सीट उनके लिए चला जाता है, उनके लिए तो मरते हैं. They want to just ensure that you don't come there, because you know the things, they will not allow that to be beating around the bush, So they didn't want the gradually creeping kind of a penetration within the bureaucracy, political hierarchy, and all that they wanted was to get out that. So on the one hand, like, of course, India is now the 4th largest emitter per capita. You are less than even the global average. So the whole game was, how do you dilute? How do you push these countries? So on the one hand, what they tried to do was, they reneged from the promises, what is called the backtracking. The entire Kyoto Protocol was grounded. They say, the Kyoto was dead, long live the Kyoto Protocol. Like when the Pope dies, they say, Pope is dead, long live the Pope. Okay, so Kyoto was literally grounded. They kept on negotiating. None of the countries they did it. Russia, Australia, Canada, all of them, United States perennially has been throwing the tantrums, always, coming out, not going out. Actually, probably you might know that the great, that Al Gore, who is considered to be the wizard, for, Al Gore's like that, the truth, inconvenient truth. It was basically Al Gore's truth, his personal truth, He wanted to win an election, But the same great Al Gore had flew down, to withdraw America's, withdrawal. They were probably because they put the signature on the Kyoto Protocol. And this is an unprecedented act in the diplomatic history. Can a country de-sign an instrument? Can you erase it? You cannot do that. You can, file a withdrawal, and that will come into legal effect. Can you erase your signature? That is exactly what the Americans did not want to leave any sign. That is how much they hated the Kyoto Protocol. And they went on doing that, voluntary commitment kar lete hain, aisa karte hain, waisa karte hain, samjhane aa gaye, abhi kar lete hain. And I remember we had that session, in that famous or infamous retreat, somewhere in Gurgaon, Pradeep Ghosh, Chandrasekhar Das Gupta, and I did a lot of things, So he said he threw the spanner in the works. I gave the example. So far the Kyoto Protocol was not coming into being. So I said, gave an example of that novel from, A Passage to India, E.M. Foster's novel, where one of the character, and one of the very colorful character, an Indian character, very genuine, real Indian character, only Indian can do that, कहा कि सब कोई, काफी लोग हमारे वहाँ तो है कि वो ज्वाइन कर लिया, कोई डिग्री कोर्स ज्वाइन कर लिया, हजम नहीं हुआ, इंटरेस्ट नहीं था, बाहर बैठे रहते थे, पास नहीं हो रहे थे, तो कहा कि भाई इसमें क्या हो गया, डजंट मैटर. Okay, I have already done. I have been there. I have been registered. So he said कि कार्ड बना लिया, लिखा कि नाम लिखा, नीचे डिग्री लिखा, BA फाइनल जो भी आप कहते हैं ऑनर्स बोनर्स, नीचे लिखा appeared but failed, bracket complete. This also designation. जैसे अमेरिकन नहीं कहते. We took the matter which was vetoed by 10 states voted in favor, 5 states opposite, and so we go ahead. It's a majority. तुम मानो ना मानो, although legally it's not passed. This is exactly. So, but I said, well, here is the case where the Kyoto Protocol has to be having a binding effect, whether Russia joins it or not. So that is a long story, and subsequently the Paris came. Basically, they wanted to push down they wanted to, remove chip by chip the entire architecture of the principle of common but differential responsibility, respective capability. A voluntary national, जो कहते हैं ना, NDCs, nationally determined commitments आप लेके चले आए, So this is again a kind of a trick by which so the question is, मैं उसके बारे में क्या example कुछ कि हमारे वहाँ गुजराती में भी कहावत है, कहते हैं कि वो जो समझदार व्यक्ति है वो तो अपना जहाँ जाना है, नौकरी जाना है, ससुराल जाना है, वो नहीं जाता है, और जो समझदार नहीं है उसको कहते हैं नहीं तुझे जाना चाहिए, मैं नहीं ट्रांसलेशन नहीं कर सकता हूँ उसका. तो इसको यही कह रहे कि हम तो नहीं करेंगे, बट अल्टीमेटली द ग्लोबल एनवायरमेंट बेनिफिट. सो आप लोग कर लो ना, आप लोग कर लो, मैं आपको परचेज कर लेता हूँ पूरा, the entire I don't want to go to the entire issue of, lot of people made career out, lot of people were co-opted. I know some people who were really parked and planted, and they were your Trojan horses. Third world, the global south में बुला के, you play with them कि आपको जाके बोलते रहना है कि सब नहीं, you are part of it, global commons की responsibility. This is exactly by chip by tip. So you can see these three interconnected instruments. Situation is pathetic completely, and you can see there is no end in sight. पूरा तमाशा तो कहते हैं ना, show will go on for 15 days. I have been there, I have seen that, cakes being thrown on the face of the then American Secretary of Assistant Secretary of State Frank Lloyd, right on the face of Frank Lloyd, because the United States was being very hostile. Now India is playing part of the whole thing. We don't know, because problem ये है कि it's not only, things are not confined to only climate change. You are being tied down to, कहते हैं हमारे वहाँ जो और भी कहावत है, क्योंकि मैं थोड़ी कहावतें बतानी पड़ेगी, ये भाषा, एक तो मेरी भाषा मातृभाषा नहीं है, दूसरा मैं हरियाणा में बैठा हूँ, तो मुझे हरियाणा में जो जितनी भैंसें आती है ना, वो मेरे डिस्ट्रिक्ट से आती है. ये जो दो मेरे डिस्ट्रिक्ट से बुरा, महसाना बड़ा फेमस है, महसाना की भैंसें यहाँ आती है, और भैंसों को खूंटी पर बांधना पड़ता है. तो खूंटी पर बांधना, आई होप यू अंडरस्टैंड खूंटी पर बांधना क्या होता है. This is a pure in a very rustic language, the diplomatic practice. कि आपको, if India wants something, all those things which you want, ठीक है, हमें यहाँ जाना है, global high table पर बैठना है, you want this to be part of nuclear supply group, तो they will tie you down ना, यहाँ बांधो, खुदी पर बांधते जाओ. और मैं किसी को मैं बता के आया था, मैं इसका नाम नहीं लेना चाहता हूँ क्योंकि अभी उसके पास में बहुत चीजें, मैंने कहा भाई मैं भैंस नहीं हूं, तुम भैंस को खूंटी पे बांध सकते हो, मैं भैंस नहीं हूं, तुम भैंस ढूंढो कोई। तो समझ गया, क्योंकि वो तो मुश्किल से ग्रेजुएशन भी मुश्किल से पास करके आया था, तो समझ गया, फिर ज्यादा आर्ग्यूमेंट नहीं करता। सो व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू टेल इज कि इंडिया का, क्योंकि यू आर अ लार्ज कंट्री, योर थिंग्स आर वेरी, यू आर, एंड उस लेवल की हमने तो, यू हैव नॉट डन दैट। लॉट ऑफ पीपल दे से इफ यू वांट टू रियली प्ले आर्ट ऑफ foreign, that diplomacy at the external affair, your domestic policy, your economy, domestic consensus should be formidable. It should be very strong, वो तो हमारे वहाँ है नहीं। ऑल एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशन हमने देखा है वहाँ बिल्कुल उनको ऐसे करवा के आपने रख लिया हुआ है। मोस्ट ऑफ देम दे आर पैरालाइज्ड। नॉलेज की तो आप बात छोड़ दीजिए, ठीक है। नथिंग सर्वाइव्स देयर। कोई एक मुझे बता दिए जहां से कोई कटिंग एज, दैट काइंड ऑफ आउटस्टैंडिंग आइडिएशनल थिंग कहीं हो। देयर इज नो स्कोप फॉर इट, नो वन वांट्स इट। सो हाउ विल यू डू दैट? हु विल प्रोवाइड यू? आपको आइडिया कौन देगा? हु विल गिव द आइडियाज? फ्रॉम वेयर विल इट कम? अभी जैसे मैंने कल कहा है कि सब नाउ वी नीड टू मूव इनटू द हायर गियर। यूएन सेक्रेटरी हैज सेड दैट नाउ क्लाइमेट इमरजेंसी हैज बिकम पार्ट ऑफ व्हाट इज कॉल्ड ट्रिपल क्लाइमेट क्राइसिस है। So now with the changing needs, because it's going to be the formidable thing, almost by 2030 they say more than 100 million people will be pushed into extreme poverty, more than 200 million people will be almost displaced, distressed. Unbelievable figures है, ये कोई hypothetical नहीं है। अभी nowadays there are going to be huge amount of things, lot of things we don't know. Health crisis, unbelievable health। अब जितने भी आप लोग जहर पूरा आप सांस में लेते हो, खाना भी जहरीला खाते हो, गेहूं आता है वो पंजाब के भटिंडा में, वहां से जो केमिकल्स एंड फर्टिलाइजर, मिल्क, अब पूरा each one of us we carry those things, So it's not कि we are paying a huge price. The day the cat will be out of the bag, the day you put a cost, जैसे मैंने अभी किया है, मैंने I sent some of the one article, ये sexual and gender based violence, we try to put a estimate the cost of it. Unbelievable cost है। Climate change exacerbates sexual and gender based violence around the world. Unbelievable cost है। That shocks people. So the climate change is almost there everywhere. Lot of things. Partly could be natural, but largely is nature. हम हरियाणा के, पंजाब के किसानों को ब्लेम करते हैं, क्योंकि हम भाई हमारे तो घरों में भी होता है ना, दूसरे को ब्लेम करना है। कोई किसी की बात नहीं मानता है। फादर मदर की नहीं मानता, मदर फादर की नहीं मानता है, बेटा बाप की नहीं मानता है, कोई किसी की बात मानता ही नहीं है। दिल्ली में भी यही चला, आप देखो ना, गेम चल रहा है। यू डोंट बिलीव दैट यू हैव ह्यूज अमाउंट ऑफ व्हीकल्स, ह्यूज अमाउंट ऑफ इंडस्ट्रीज, कंस्ट्रक्शन, एवरीथिंग यू डू, and still you blame Punjab and Haryana farmers. They have but it's a very minuscule. You must start that. Whoever does so, instead of passing on the buck, we need to do that. So probably we need to do our homework properly. We need to see what is what, and then accordingly play the role, at a global level. Many of the conceptual formula, I can just give one example. Sorry, I think I suggest you to read India's Biodiversity Act. Okay, Biodiversity Act 2000, read the preamble. It says how much awareness of international law, international relations है। कहा कि India is a party to United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity, full stop। ये United Nations आपने कहाँ से ले आए? For the last 16 years I am trying to get those two words deleted. I appeared before the Parliamentary Standing Committee. मैंने कहा साहब थोड़ा तो बख्श दीजिए मेरे मुल्क को, थोड़ा तो आप देख लीजिए, इतना कैसे होता है? तो कहते आप मुझे सबूत दो, प्रूफ दो। यू गो टू द यूएन वेबसाइट, द कन्वेंशन इज ओनली रजिस्टर्ड कन्वेंशन ऑन बायोलॉजिकल डाइवर्सिटी, फुल स्टॉप। मैंने कहा मेरा नाम भरत है, मेरे नाम के आगे तुम क्या जय भारत लिख सकते हो क्या? डू यू हैव द लाइसेंस? मुझे एफिडेविट करवानी पड़ेगी भाई। सो जो मुल्क में आपको लगता है सब क्या फर्क पड़ता है, इवन नोइंग द वेरी नेचर, द एग्जैक्ट नेम ऑफ द नो, क्योंकि काफी प्रभाष बात करता रहता इंटरनेशनल लॉ अवेयरनेस के बारे में, तो इतनी अज्ञानता के बीच में वो वहां पहले देखिए सब अंधेरे से उजाला की ओर जाना है ना, तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय, तो पहले अंधेरा तो हटाना पड़ेगा ना। आप जो बात पैसे करें फंडामेंटल्स के बारे में बात, एंड दैट एग्जैक्टली व्हाट द रोल और वर्क इज कट आउट फॉर मोस्ट ऑफ द लॉ स्कूल्स में जहां बैठे, हमें यही तो करना चाहिए।
Yeah, and this andhera, as you rightly said, from what we're hearing from you, from Dr. Jolly, there's quite a lot of andhera when it comes to climate diplomacy, and the people who are going to suffer, as you pointed out, refugees, women, marginalized communities, gender-based violence is now being, a lot of research is linking it with climate change. So Dr. Krishnan, this is your area of research. I'll ask you to come in, and then, so Arabi, I'll ask you to come in also on this. How do we bring these voices out at the international level? How do we protect these marginalized communities in the context of this situation, which is as of now pretty bleak?
Want to go first?
Okay.
Thank you so much, Tarani, for the question. I think as we've all been hearing that the entire process of international agreements is flawed, it's not ideal. But my work is on the intersections of those who live on the margins. So looking at women, looking at indigenous groups, and then how these policies end up affecting them. My work largely focuses on displacement, women who are left behind when men migrate because of floods, erosion, cyclones, earthquakes, and trying to understand how in increasingly environmental, like the global environmental changes which are happening, how those who do not have a voice, how are they getting affected? Do they get a seat at the table? They don't. And somewhere I think there is hope because yes, we've painted a very bleak picture and it is a bleak picture, but I think just last month in October, some countries, small island states like Vanuatu, Fiji and 16 other states have requested the ICJ to give a statement, express their opinion on what is the mandate for all countries. It will be non-binding, but at least there is some legal recourse to these nations where women continue to bear the burden of living in a patriarchal society, continue to bear the brunt of climate change because they're not only getting affected by it, but they're also acting, they're also taking decisions, they're also taking measures to protect their families and continue in a normal fashion as much as possible, ensuring that children have access to schools.
That proposal to seek an advisory opinion or
that one, but yeah. Yes. So ideally, I think, in my opinion, the work has to be at different levels. Yes, international law and the climate agreements do have a role to play, and people who do that, like Mr. Desai, he was explaining, that is a job in itself. But at the same time, we cannot be blind to the reality of what is happening to those who live in those margins and what science, research, and policy can do to ensure that their lives are not getting affected. And they were mentioning some numbers about displacement, and it actually doesn't count how many are displaced within countries. We do understand displacement numbers of refugees who leave their countries and go to countries like Bangladesh, or people who come from Bangladesh to India. But within India, the number of internal displaced groups is actually undercounted. And to ensure that these numbers are registered and the implication for policy to provide for them in the places that they migrate to is also a huge concern. We've seen issues in Bombay, issues in other cities where the host communities tend to not want people coming from outside, but who are the ones who are managing our houses, who are the ones who are driving our buses. So if you all remember, just 2 years ago when the COVID-19 had just struck and the lockdown measures were put in place, we had a huge exodus of people who were not wanted in cities. They were going back home, yes, but because they were no longer, it wasn't affordable for them to live in a city where they can't earn the money anymore. So there are implications of our urbanizing policies. So yes, the chemistry of climate negotiations is intricate, is quite challenging, but it is also a mix of other policies. I work a lot on disasters. Sorry, I'll just take 1 more minute. And the similar schematics can be found even in international disaster risk reduction policies. You have a Sendai framework, which also had similar negotiations to even include gender, to even include disabled, to include people of the LGBTQ community. And yes, these are all important measures which are happening at international level, but the implications at the regional, sub-regional levels continue to affect communities that we do not have a sense of. So I would urge all of us who are listening here to be mindful of both the spheres where policy and practice actually go hand in hand, and play a more conscious role about how much are we learning from what is happening in practice and then ensuring that it reflects in these agreements. Thank you.
And bringing these voices into the international framework. Sarvi, you also worked a lot with such communities as well. Yep. When it comes to gender and mainly with, and you try to kind of balance out these issues with the law, what needs to look at, and coming from a conservation organization, I would say that hope is what we begin with. We feel that either international law or any legal instrument which is available is about interpretation. It's about how you interpret and what has contributed to making of that law. And those are ground realities. And that's where your, be it gender rights or be it adaptation to the whole changing climate, how the indigenous communities are reacting to it. And I guess that is where I would in fact borrow it and take it exactly from what Professor Desai mentioned, that if the negotiators, and when we talk about climate diplomacy, if the negotiators do not know what the practicalities are or how the society is changing, or how is it adapting to the changing climate, which is rather fast because we are moving at a frightening pace. And that's exactly, you quoted the Secretary General who said that we are on a highway to climate hell with our accelerator put up on, with our leg on the accelerator. So that's exactly what, in case if we need to talk about gender, we need to talk about equity, not equality. There is, now these terms or terminologies do not come from, or they should not just stay as mere jargons. What it means is, look at Africa, right? Now, African women have a major voice at COP27 this time. They are talking about how Africa, which is also, should be considered as a special nation or should be dealt separately because it has different needs to it. Now, in case if I put the gender label to African women or for any other women who are, like you said, Sneha, migration, because there's a lot of migration happening and the men move out. So it is women who are left to kind of fend, not just and be responsible for the family, right? But if at all, we see climate doesn't leave any gender. Everyone is climate anxious. We see pollution in October, November, each one of us talk about air pollution. So there is climate anxiety. But in terms of gender and law, within this COP27, there was an agenda point which was loss and damage, because what has happened in the international law and mainly in the international environmental laws, we have seen enough of how these negotiations have not worked, right? Time and again, Glasgow was a failure. Paris, like Professor Desai pointed out, nothing in terms of what was negotiated worked. But at least in COP27, what I guess we should appreciate a little is this: they wanted to include loss and damage, they wanted to include gender and water, they wanted to bring in that linkage between gender and water. But however, loss and damage, which we were looking forward to, that the negotiators will talk about it and something concrete will come out of it, unfortunately it didn't happen. That's why again, the countries felt that people should continue to talk about the loss and how to also address the damage which has already been done. Now, similarly, the Prime Minister of Tuvalu spoke about their island, and he's one who's urging that mostly the Pacific islands, which the sea is going to eat up the country as such. On the map, they won't exist. The international map will not have few countries, especially if the 1.5 degrees rise or the 2 degrees rise, which all the negotiators are talking about. Now, this whole net zero, achieving the net zero by 2050, can we afford it? Are we not supposed to, fasten the pace and meet the 2030 targets first, or even the 2020 targets, which were, which none of the countries actually met? So the targets, the language, which is very difficult in terms of understanding, but if you apply this on field, the most difficult challenge is to listen to those communities, because they are the ones who know what the solutions are. Women who are into agriculture, women who are taking the responsibilities in the absence of the so-called patriarchal, males. Now, in terms of, they are the best providers of solution. So those who are creating the problems, like suppose if there is a human activity, then there should be human solution also. So similarly, the gender issues, mainly when you talk about, I guess we've risen above that, and adaptation needs to come in at every level. And to begin with, I'll put it in two ways. The international level and the negotiators level, it is better that the negotiators pull up their socks now, because the communities are very much aware of what is happening, and the communities knows the solution also. So it is the negotiators now who obviously cannot afford to leave the presentation or what they're supposed to speak in a hotel room or in a car. But then it is high time that they know what is happening around us. I'll add to one more thing of what Professor Desai mentioned. Especially when Indian delegation is selected to go for these negotiations. I guess that's where any government need to invest time on. Who should negotiate on my country's behalf? So will I take randomly some bureaucrat because it's his turn to go for a international travel? Or is, why not involve academicians into the negotiations? Why not involve scientists into the negotiation? Why not involve women activists who are working on the fringes, mainly on these islands like Sundarbans? Sundarbans, there are a lot of women who have not only fought various, weather patterns and the changes, but they are also part of planting mangroves within the same island, so that they know that they have left at least 2 villages and they've migrated within the Sundarbans island so much they don't want one more island to go down, right? So that is where the climate is more about access. What is the access you're creating? What is the equity and the equality you're creating? And when it comes to gender, I guess everyone has an equal responsibility, because frankly we have only one planet living, right? So we need to save that. And every time we say that now is the time, but now is not the time has gone. And COVID has shown us that you cannot work in a conventional mode. You cannot deal with environmental issues in a conventional mode. You need to come up with action oriented, and I guess every word we speak should result into some action at some forum at some point. Yeah, and as you rightly said, as you also pointed out, these voices, women, marginalized communities, indigenous people, those who are going to be displaced, their voices need to be reflected in internationally. Their needs need to be reflected in what comes out of these international forums, and that raises a question that traditional diplomacy, is it even equipped to do this? Diplomacy, which is what is the current forum?
Just a supplement. I would just want to supplement Sneha and Maulika. See, if you look at the genesis and the entire, the negotiation of UNFCCC and Kyoto, see, this was not initially conceived as an instrument which focuses on the social or a human aspect. So almost, maybe I won't say that, it's a mistake, maybe it was the, compromise at that particular time. But over the time, you can see at least in the Paris, there is a mention at least of the human rights and the Lima gender action plan. There is some kind of an attention which is definitely, but this is mainly happened due to the civil societies, activists and other broad-based negotiations, not from a state-centric, where the Indian or the Bangladesh negotiation brings that. So I, support what Tarapi says. See, even this ideal scenario is that, yes, you bring in the multiple perspective even as part of the state official negotiation. But unfortunately, we have most of the bureaucrats and others occupies. Even if the bureaucrats are the one who is steering the negotiation, see, a broad-based consultation to actually hear the lived experiences of whether it is the youth, alt, the gender. See, that also goes a long way in trying to bring the state negotiation position. So we normally see in terms of the women, most of the civil societies, these activists actually bringing. Of course, that has made a broad difference at the larger level. But as Sneha said, the climate change definitely has to be tackled at a multiple level. So maybe all the institutions and policy, I think one of the method maybe to link it with SDG. I think there has to be a very core attention at all the policy level, because that is where I think at least there is a comprehensive interdisciplinarity aspect comes into operation. Arabi also talked about loss and damage. Of course, all the lawyers know that that's a very, very technically debated. But, I'm slightly pessimist in terms of the loss and damage, even if you bring the loss and damage, because if I go by the normal litigation or even the environmental justice history, see the gender element. See, normally we always understand issues from a gender neutral perspective. If I take even the Indian judiciary, which is most progressive in terms of the environmental movement, we have the numerous, successful local level popular movement, but how many cases you see they have dissected the gender issue, whether it is Narmada, whether it is Vedanta. So I somehow fear that even the loss and damage, unless and until somebody dissect and make the gender stream mainstreaming. So even the judiciary is actually oblivious of the gender differentiation and the impact. But we have in the Lahore, there is a case pending which is filed by I think around 6, the petitioners are females. They have highlighted a specific climate change and gender impact. The case is pending. So that may be an interesting case to see from our neighboring country. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think where we're heading from this discussion is that there needs to be a transformation in traditional climate diplomacy at the international level if we really have to address climate change, and not just climate change but the various impacts of climate change. So we have to look at climate change as this multi-pronged, multi-impact issue, and can that actually be done? Professor Desai, I'll ask you quickly, and unfortunately I'm supposed to apparently wrap up by 4:25, which I am very unfortunate, but if you can quickly, can traditional diplomacy deal with this? How do we actually achieve this?
Well, I think this is exactly what we could sum up, about, so, 2-3 चीजें मैं कहना चाहूँगा, 2-3 things. I think she has one thing she has mentioned. One is, one of the skepticism which among the students and others, which will normally arise, is, हमारे वहाँ बहुत शक किया जाता है, बहुत, संशय किया जाता है, doubt किया जाता है. One is कि कोई तो डरने की कोई बात नहीं है. Okay? जो कहते हैं, वहाँ कहा गया था हमारे वहाँ की निर्भयता. जब सरदार पटेल ने एक यूनिवर्सिटी बनाई तो कहा कि first lesson we will teach in this university is निर्भयता, fearlessness. That you should not be afraid of it, because of the very hard-headed reasons which are responsible. So far as entire legalese is concerned, those who are really, because basically it's, I would call it the great climate chessboard. Great climate chessboard. Okay. Like आप खेल खेलते हो ना, तो you know that. You know what, and my take will be, like I have argued in one of the, preface which I wrote, the Stockholm moment is going beyond the legalese. Okay. Law is essential. Law is not everything. Law is not completely, does not take care of the human lives, Because here what we are talking about is different issues, Can the law do it? Can law do it? This is like almost a bottomless barrel. Every single issue under the sun will come, when you talk about climate change. How will you do it? It's a mind-boggling. 30 years are over. I'm curating a special issue, on international climate change law that covers contributions by Dan Bodensky to Christina Voigt to plenty of those people. That will come out in the month of December, because the 30 years, these are 3 decades, and you need to look back to look ahead. That what is the assessment then? What did you achieve? Now, couple of things, lot of people, they feel, sab ki kya fayda tha? 3 instruments you already did: the Climate Convention, Kyoto Protocol, and Paris Agreement. Now you need to keep negotiating. Like diplomacy mein kehte hain, it's art of diplomacy, that you need to keep channels of communication open, keep negotiating, keep talking. That should not be frozen. Okay, you need to keep doing it if there are ideas. Now the where we falter, this is exactly where I would, this will be of interest to everybody. That we should not have the, like my colleague, I think Chimney and others, I have never used that, Prabhash bhi kafi likhta rehta hai. I have never used that, मुझे को माला पहन के चलने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ी कि मैं डेवलपिंग कंट्री में जन्म लिया है. वो तो मेरी चमड़ी देखोगे तो मैं पता ही चले मैं डेवलपिंग कंट्री में जन्म लिया हुआ है. Don't need to, and I am not apologetic. Why should I feel apologetic about it? Third world. मुझे third world नहीं करना है, Okay, I'm right there as a part of it. I'm like Professor Anand used to always say, sovereign equality of states, Okay, I am not less equal than you. Why should I be defensive? The moment I use that गरीब हूँ जैसे कहते हैं, जैसे आप किसी भी handicap को पूछ, I don't want your patronizing approach. किसी को भी आप पूछ के देना. I need equal right. I need because I am capable. Gender issue में, handicap के बारे में. So this, I know it because people were not very, and they were trained, they came, from different, I don't want to go into this entire polemics of third world वाला था, वो जरूरत था, हो गया, काम खत्म हो गया, वो कहते दिन रात गई, बात गई, हो गया, बात खत्म हो गया, है ना. नाउ वो जो भी था, लोगों ने कैरियर बन गई ना, सबने दाना पानी हो गया, कैरियर बन गई, निकल गए, सब हो गया ना. बट व्हाट डिड यू लीव? बहुत लोगों को हमने मिटा भी दिया है. लॉट ऑफ पीपल, ये प्रभाष को भी शायद याद रहेगा, बहुत लोगों को हमने मिटा दिया. सूर्य प्रकाश शर्मा नाम का आदमी था, उसको हमने मिटा दिया, जिंदा ही मिटा दिया. He was the first one to write something, the law of nations, law of nations, and what was the title? That 1967 Leiden publication, So a lot of people, we are very, उसमें कोई ज़्यादा जाने की हमें ज़रूरत नहीं है. So what I would like to suggest is, we need to understand the animal. We need to do that hard-headed, that kind of a research work. हमें अपना मेरा काम मुझे करना है, ठीक है. मुझे चारों ओर मैं यहाँ चला जाऊँगा. I have seen that from within, That is exactly why I am saying. Why should I beg for it? Why should, if I deserve it, you come and tell me. You are not obliging. You put me, she says, आप negotiator में कौन है? You are not obliging me. I have spent a lot of my time, 1 घंटे की मीटिंग के लिए मैं 5 घंटा बिगाड़ के जाता हूँ. I said, are you obliging me? तुमने मुझे हाई पावर पैनल में लगाया हुआ है, so what? जो एक जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी होता है, जो मुश्किल से मेरे वहां जेएनयू में पढ़ के चोरी करके वहां पास हुआ है, यूपीएससी क्रैक करके चला गया है, वो मुझे सलाह देता है कि ऐसा करना चाहिए, वैसा करना चाहिए, तो ये मैं जो कह रहा हूं कि who decides, why should I beg for it? Why should I go and say I do my part of the job? मैं उनके पीछे क्यों जा? And nothing I have put, कभी किसी को दिखा भी, I didn't bring it here because it was not, I put together the briefs which I wrote for the Minister of Environment and Forest, okay, over a period of 6 to 8 years. That was a great thing I did. I thought, let me put together what I did for, call it, that runs into 540-page formidable corpus. Call it briefing papers. 60 briefs in 26 subject areas. What did I gain out of it? Nothing. It was all free of charge. So you'll definitely do it. It's a learning process. You try, but you run against heavy odds. जब आप जाते हो, आप इतने दुश्मनियां करते हो लोगों के सामने. वो multilateral environmental agreement का उसको बेचारे को पता नहीं है. They don't know about it. And so what I tried to do was, I didn't leave it. जैसे मैं कभी छोड़ता नहीं कोई चीज. I just wind up, जैसे मैंने अपने होम टर्फ पर मेकिंग SIS विजिबल, मैंने इंटर यूनिवर्सिटी कंसोर्शियम किया. ओके, मैं खाली 4 दीवार में बैठ के अपना काम नहीं करता हूँ. I reach out and try to mend it. Negotiation, I saw the flip side. I asked these people and they facilitated my having a special 3 workshops for those who represent India. Top जो कहते हैं, जिनको focal points कहते हैं इंडिया के, जो all those areas which Minister of Environment did. I was 3 years, 2005, 7 and 2008, I organized a special training workshop, in a sense lecture workshop for the senior people who represent India. 1500 पेज का वॉल्यूम, 5 किलो वजन है उसका. किसी को देखना है तो देख सकता है. 3 वॉल्यूम मेरे पास वो है. 3 for the Ministry of Environment and 3 for the Dehradun people, Foreign Service Institute people, Forest Service Research Institute people, So I've done that. So that, but still, as long as the people are good, those people who are, they understand, the things will work. Because these are your problematic is most of these IAS people, they are generalists. They keep, कभी आज दुकान पर यहाँ बैठा, कल उधर बैठा, कल उधर चला गया. उनका कोई नहीं है, So that expertise goes waste. The only regular people are the scientists. ठीक है? So far as that part. What you need is, you need a value. जैसे आपका negotiator, जैसे diplomatic services, lot of people, and now lot of people where the people buy the place. अमेरिका में तो culture है, you pay and buy. Okay, you become consul general, you become ambassador. हमारे वहाँ अभी तक नहीं. But you need that. I would say at least 10% of the diplomatic positions, those outposts for India must be going to the scholars. Judiciary में जाना चाहिए, वहाँ जाना है, कोई आपको खैरात नहीं कर रहे. Okay, that has to be claimed to you. But what I would say, I must earn it rather than begging before the people. दे दो मुझे दे दो. Nobody is going to give you. We have tried everything, spoken to people. You run against heavy odds. So वो negotiator का कोटा वगैरह में नहीं होने वाला है. क्योंकि they should do it because if you deserve it, if they value it, who else? जैसे प्रभाष काम करता है तो उसको ट्रेड लॉ में, बाकी जो भी बायोलेटरल इन्वेस्टमेंट ट्रीटी वगैरह में, they have to take him. They have to take him. What else? कहाँ से तुम्हारे पास आएगा? So we need to, but you need to value those places where that hardcore research work is there. So as I told my colleagues in SIS, I said, let us do our part of the job. Let us put my house in order. Let me do that formidable corpus of work. Okay, if they need, they will call me. Second is, ये हो गया, treaties, they are basically part of a process. all these instruments are concerned. मैंने काफी उसमें लिखा है, international law making process, international environmental law making process, there is a creeping process, okay? Brick by brick, you built up an architecture, for instance, you know. And how can you do it unless you have that clarity about that, you know, jugglery has, you know, conceptual है, phraseology है, sustainable, आपको दो चीज आपको बता दिया, you keep parroting on those issues, you know. So unless you have those, you don't have anything to counter the ideas. I have spoken to people, I said, do you have anything to counter it? जैसे अभी आके वो सर्गे लावरो आपको क्या आके जरा हमारा झगड़ा सुलझा देना, हम तो मारने चले गए, आके जरा सॉर्ट आउट कर लेना जरा. आप कैसे करोगे? You need three things. You need an institutional architecture. Okay. You need the people of that stature. You need the ideas. Where is it? हमने सोचा कि यार ये कहाँ मुसीबत आ गई यार, ये तो बता के चला गया. So you need to have that architecture. And thirdly, most important है road ahead जो है. I think you need to, but ultimate action, like what she says, Sneha said, ultimate action will lie at the grassroots level. ठीक है? People have to change their lifestyle. This is a problem. Like जो कहते हैं lifestyle disease है lot of लोगों में. तो lifestyle का problem है. कोई होगा नहीं करेगा, गवर्नमेंट करेगी. Why should I care if I change if my needs are limited? Okay, if I, like Gandhi said, if you want to see the change, start with you. Then the change will start coming in you. Legally, this is endless. 30 years are already over. It might take more than 50 years. Okay, if the nature has decided to do something, you know, okay, nature does not discriminate. It will be inevitable. It will bound to happen. Baki, as far as you are concerned, we are putting disproportionate burden, you know, on your resources, you know, and you can't have everything. हर चीज आपको free चाहिए, everything you want unlimited. This is simply not possible. So you need to have a dramatic change. एक mass movement की जरूरत है. जैसे Prime Minister when he came, he spoke about स्वच्छता अभियान. ठीक है? स्वच्छता तो ग्राउंड पर भी जरूरत है, दिमागों में भी बहुत जरूरत है. You need to clean up your minds. काफी लोग बात जेंडर के इश्यू में, अभी मैंने बहुत सारा काम किया है, तो जेंडर के बारे में हम बात करते हैं. सब माइंडसेट्स, माइंडसेट कौन चेंज करेगा? No law can penetrate into the mindsets, you know. So I think all that we need, you know, is the role is cut out for our institutions, for the teachers, for the students, everybody, all of us, we are the stakeholders, and we need to, like जैसे यहाँ जिंदाल ने पूरा रखा, मेरे वहाँ भी आर्किटेक्चर है, मेरे वहाँ भी आर्किटेक्चर का अलग हालत है. ठीक है? So the moment architecture is alive, the moment the people are, you know, doing the brainstorming, the moment you keep discussing, you know. अब लोग काफी, ये हमारा भाई है, वो जाके PhD वहाँ फिनलैंड में करके आ गया, श्रीजीत ने किया है, तो उसको पूछो कि वहाँ क्या है, कोई बहुत बड़ी चीज है वहाँ, पूछो वो जो टीमों के साथ में बैठ के वो काम करता था, कुछ नहीं है. टीमो तो टीमो है. What matters is architecture. System works. And here you don't allow the system to work. I've tried that. मैं अभी यहाँ पब्लिक प्लेस में बताना नहीं चाहिए मुझे क्या कैसे किया. किसी दिन मैं हिस्ट्री लिखूंगा तो मैं उसमें बताऊंगा. They do not allow me to do it. एक PhD थीसिस में जो किसी ने रिटायरमेंट के बाद देखा था, उस पर मुझे साइन करने के लिए, and I had to run against that heavy odds. You don't let that work. The system does not allow you to do it. कोई हैदराबाद में नौकरी करता है और यहाँ बैठ के यहाँ PhD कर रहा है, you try to cover up everything. तो सिस्टम कैसे? System is faulty for that. And all of, it's not that there is no dearth of those conscientious people, hardworking people. बहुत है. कभी प्रभाष लिस्ट भी बनाता रहता है, काफी लोगों के बारे में है और चले गए, सबके बारे में है. So different people made that. So what I'm saying is, what we lack is, we need to put in place the whole system architecture and let it work. आप उसको काम, हर रोज वो दही, जैसे ये काफी, अब तो आदमी भी दही जमाते हैं, खाली औरतें मैं नहीं कहूंगा, इससे जेंडर न्यूट्रल दही है, जेंडर न्यूट्रल है. अब दही जमाते हो, आधे घंटे के बाद खोल के देखते हो क्या? उसको जमने पड़ेगा ना. लेट द सिस्टम वर्क. ये राज ने जब शुरू किया 13 साल के पहले, हर रोज करता रहता, थोड़ा खिलता. It has flourished precisely because of that.
Yeah,
and all of us we need to put our heads together.
Yeah, as you rightly said, Jindal is an example of a system flourishing. So systems, international law is an architecture of a system which has the potential to work. But when it comes to climate change, we need to wrap up, unfortunately. So some of the key elements that have come out of this discussion is, along with the system, there needs to be some sort of a rethinking about the traditional diplomacy and traditional systems and methods of diplomacy in the context of climate change. We need to bring in the voices of all the stakeholders, particularly marginalized voices. Their voices need to come into it. And we need civil society involvement, particularly with something like climate change, to influence governments, to influence our own governments in order to make the changes we need for to deal with climate change. So at all levels, again, this is a whole other type of animal in a sense, the problem of climate change.
Tarini, if you just allow, I just want to add, I know the time is up, but because there are young minds here, just one thing which, wanted to communicate is currently in the climate, the whole sphere, all the nations are talking about climate finance. So almost all the COPs are zeroing down to only climate finance. So if we have to achieve climate justice, it's climate finance, and again, it should not be back to developing countries, developed countries giving it to developing countries. It should never be the case, but climate justice can only be achieved in case, I'll take the human angle of what Professor Desai mentioned. It should be applicable in the, put in the environment, give it to the nations who really need it.
Yeah.
Don't see whether they're developing or developed, because climate is not going to spare any nation. Climate change is not going to see whether it's a developing country or developed country. It's hitting hard every country.
Yeah.
So climate finance is the most upcoming, and if time would have permitted, we would have discussed, but
yes,
I would just
and
end
this
with
is
that.
something
Thank
which
you.
we could have had like a 2-hour session and still have been discussing. Dr. Jolly and Dr. Krishnan, 10 seconds each, unfortunately, if you have any last words on this, and then we'll have to wrap up.
I think I will maybe end it in a positive note. We presented a very bleak picture, but I don't think that at the policy level, especially at the India, there is so much of work which is going, especially with regard to the renewable energy. At least the government of India is very keen. We are one of the, I think, only one G20 country which is going to meet the NDCs. But, there is a lot of potential in terms of when you talk about the renewable energy. And Professor Desai and, Molika talked about the lifestyle changes. See, there is a lot of awareness, and I think one of the questions which you said, there is an example of a hybrid car. See, there is a hybrid car, definitely that's a popularity has come in US and Germany, but at the same time, there is infrastructure supporting them. But as far as the India, that may not be very practical, not only in terms of the expensive infrastructure, but in terms of, solar rooftop, that is something where it is possible for all of us to actually put it and be part of it. And the government has a, very robust policy mechanism, but one of the biggest challenges is the awareness. So the point is that even in terms of the climate change, the awareness has not percolated the solution. So, yes, I think in the context of India, I think the sitting here, all of us can think about putting a solar rooftop. I think that we all can contribute to the climate change. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for ending on the positive note, and I'll be the killjoy. I think my work has focused on the interdisciplinarity of sciences and humanities and law. And I think without understanding that we are trying to reproduce or restructure an already existing colonial capitalist way of looking at the global systems, we end up just reproducing that in these agreements if we do not understand how the impacts are felt across gender, across caste, across countries, across the sub-nations within countries. So as long as that doesn't happen, I think we need a visioning exercise where we imagine that a world where everyone can have a voice and then but see what matters to them, and the negotiations are happening at regional levels rather than focusing so much on what is happening at the COPs. With that, I would like to end my
So with that, thank you very much for coming, and thank you to the law school for organizing this. I hope they organize another on exactly this topic so we can discuss in more detail. There was so much more to cover, and thank you very much, Dr. Desai, Ms. Arabi, Dr. Jolly, Dr. Krishnan, for taking your time out. Thank you, everyone.
Which I just, I think, ideas and others have been mentioned. Those who have interest about this, what lies in the womb of the future, I was just curated a book called Envisioning Our Encounter Future. It has just been published by iOS Press with 22 contributions by outstanding scholars from around the world. That provides some of these at Stockholm Plus 50 conference. That has already been, so maybe you can look in the Google, should have come. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you all for joining. I request Professor Srijit to felicitate our panelists here. Thank you.
The title of the panel, the thematic session, is Sites and Spaces of Governance, International Organizations, International Law and International Relations. It is such a privilege to be moderating such fantastic panelists. I have here people that I am thrilled to call friends and colleagues, Professor Gudmundur Eiríksson, Professor Prabhash Ranjan and Dr. Anita Yadav, who are specialists in their own areas. And the questions that I have been given for this session, I think, tie in well with a theme that was raised by Professor Chimney in one of the earlier panels today. Professor Chimney invited us to consider that the sites and spaces of governance are fundamentally unequal. And for this he suggested two propositions. He said that there is a north-south divide that continues to be an all-pervasive lens through which to look at the proliferation of international organizations in international law. I want to continue this lens that Professor Chimney had offered us and invite our panelists who are truly eminent in their own fields to contribute their own reflections from the sites of international law that they inhabit. So I know that students here probably do not need an introduction to my colleagues on the panel, but I also know that this is live, and so for the sake of the video, it is my pleasure to introduce to you my colleague, Professor Gudmundur Eiríksson, who is a judge at the Law of the Sea Tribunal in Hamburg. And Professor Eiríksson, if you could, in your remarks during this session, address what it has been like to see 25 years of the Law of the Sea Tribunal's existence and how ITLAS has contributed to the governance of the seas and how the regime of ITLAS has helped in thickening the institutions of international law. That would be fantastic. Similarly, so I think that one of the axes along which we could organize our comments would be to reflect on 25 years of the Law of the Sea Tribunal, which was last October. And as the tribunal goes into its 26th year, to reflect on how ITLAS has contributed to the governance of the seas, and thematically, for the sake of this session, how the thickening of international institutions, the thickening, so it's a term that I borrow from Anne Peters. Anne Peters says that international law, despite the fragmentation into various disciplines, has also seen a proliferation of international organizations. And each of these organizations, when they perform in the best way that they can perform, they thicken the institutions. Thickening, like the opposite of thinning. Thickening. It's the TH Indian thing. It's the aspirated Indian tea. So the thickening of international institutions, how has that contributed to a more robust sense of governance? And similarly, Prabhash, if you could weigh in from your experience with being a scholar and an observer of the World Trade Organization, which also is an organization at this point that is suitably mature in its own systems, and it's so complex inside of itself that it would be unique. It would be a unique lens to have your take on how the WTO, the existence of the WTO, has contributed to governance in trade law. And Anita, I know that you asked to speak on international criminal law, and so I invite you to similarly reflect on institutions like the Permanent International Criminal Court, or if you prefer, the ad hoc tribunals of the UN, and how their institutional establishment, proliferation, and years of producing jurisprudence has contributed to this sense of thickening, which has supposed actually inadvertently become a bit of a theme for this panel. Yeah. invite you to come in for maybe about 10 minutes each to be conservative, and that way we won't exceed the time and we will have some time to have a meaningful discussion afterwards. So if that makes sense, in whatever order that you would like to go in, I invite you to please speak. Perhaps Anita, you could be first.
All right, so thank you, Professor Rashmi, for your question. So when we talk, let me connect with the theme of this conference with this International Criminal Court. So since the theme is sites and governance of international organization and international law and international relation, so I will just start with saying when we talk about let's say the traditional approach of international law, when there was a state was the only the primary actor to deal with all this kind of international relation, and you also spoke about the proliferation of the various international organizations. So here I connect the how this ICTY and ICTR and International Criminal Court has emerged. What was the need for all this? So one of the the concern which all the state has felt the need, that there are certain common problem which is not going to be, it's very difficult to deal with among the nations, and I think there was a much more formal international institution is required to solve all this kind of problem, and one such international organization we can see in the form of International Criminal Court. So as we all know that International Criminal Court and the ad hoc tribunal has been established to deal with various kinds of crime which happens across the border. So I think this is also one of the best example to understand that how the global governance is changing, and what I frame it, pluralistic global governance, which not only include the state as an actor, but also the international organization as an actor, whether I call it ICTY, ICTR, and International Criminal Court. And here I also see the interdependency concept wherein I try to connect the international law with the international relation theories scholar, where they talk about that there are various areas where we require the cooperation among the nation, and ICC is one of the example. But of course, as there's no international organization which is we can say it's perfectly fine, there's always a limitations also of any particular international organization. So International Criminal Court does have a certain kind of limitation, and this is the reason most of the country have not agreed certain aspect of this kind of institution, and this is the reason why including India also have not signed the Rome Statute. So this is the idea I wanted to conceptualize when you were talking about how the ICC plays a role when we talk about in international global governance. So yeah.
Thanks, Professor Yadav. If I could invite either of you, whoever. Sure.
Thank you so much, Rashmi, for that question. And I'll also reflect a little on what Professor Chimney mentioned in the previous panel, because there also we had a slight discussion on international organizations. And since you've asked me to talk about the WTO, I think the WTO is a good case study to look at, it has sites and spaces of governance, and to understand the confluence between international law and international relations. If we look at the origin of the WTO, it came into existence in 1995, and those were the heydays of neoliberal international economic order. Just after the Cold War, a decisive win for the capitalist America over communist USSR, disintegration of USSR, Eastern European countries giving up on communism, and there was a widespread consensus that now this is the template that every country has to follow, a free trade, increasing investment, etc. And one of the unique parts of the WTO was the dispute settlement function. And that dispute settlement function involved not just having a panel to settle the dispute, but also create an appellate mechanism, which was very, very unique. And an appellate mechanism which will have permanent members, and then they will settle the disputes. Now, there were two functions given to the WTO. One was to liberalize trade, and the other was to implement the rules that countries had already agreed. WTO did well when it came to implementing those rules, but WTO hasn't done well when it came to liberalizing trade. And now, almost 3 decades after, or 2.5 decades after WTO's existence, we find that there is a weakening of the WTO, and I relate this to the larger weakening of international organizations. So maybe you use the word thickening. I'll throw another word, that there is a weakening of international organizations in the sense that you have countries now reclaiming some of their sovereign space that they had surrendered to institutions like the WTO. And interestingly, it is countries which were at the forefront of creating such organizations, such as the US, which are now at the forefront of taking back that control. As Professor Chimney mentioned, that this didn't start with President Trump. Of course, President Trump had his own sort of style of doing it. Many people expected that with President Biden occupying the office, he will sort of strengthen the institutional, the global institutions, but that hasn't happened. So US continues to follow the same policy. And when I put this question to Professor Chimney, his response was that the so-called weakening of international organizations is again to the advantage of the countries that created these international organizations. So in both the instances, if you look at it from the prism of international law and international relations, it is perhaps the real politic or realist sort of approach in international relations which guided the creation and now is also creating the weakening of the institution, which again is helping those countries, because a weakened WTO perhaps will not help Global South, because that is the only global referee that we have to enforce the rules. And with your permission, I would also like to briefly talk about this issue in context of South Asia. In South Asia, we have two regional instruments or regional international organizations, because when we talk of IOs, we generally tend to focus on global multilateral organizations. We don't focus that much on regional organizations. Now, in South Asia, you have SAARC and you have the BIMSTEC, which is now the flavor of the season. And SAARC has been BIMSTEC, the Bay of Bengal sort of multi-sectoral, which has South Asian countries, including 2 ASEAN nations, minus Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Maldives. Now, India's interest has gravitated away from SAARC towards BIMSTEC in the last few years. BIMSTEC recently got a new charter. And we had a discussion on this also in the first session when Professor Sriram Chaulia was chairing, that this again movement towards BIMSTEC is, and creation of new international law there, is again guided by international relations, because India, the most important player, wants to invest more in this international organization and less in the other international organization. Yeah.
And the creation of new international law in
Yes, so for example, the BIMSTEC charter that we have. So BIMSTEC as an organization has been around since 1997, but it was an organization without a charter, very surprisingly. And the charter was adopted only recently, just a few months back. So that's the new international law that has been created, which will have a bearing in the South Asian region. And this will compete with the international law that falls under the aegis of SAARC, for example. The SAARC charter, for example. So the point that I'm making is that, if we look at this from the prism of interlinkages between international law and international relations, you have a very interesting case where international relations in one institution is actually prohibiting the functioning of international law, say in SAARC, and in another institution is creating enabling environment for that international law instruments to work. And this is not just in terms of just the charter, but also in terms of trade, investment, etc. So the point that I'm making is that global IOs and regional IOs, they are very interesting sites to study the interface. And the international law that they generate or the norms that they generate and they implement is often guided by the, the international relations which affect the countries involved.
Thanks so much, Prabhash. Gudmundur, would you like to come in now with your comments about the laws?
I was actually going to start earlier, not 25 years ago.
Really? They had their 25th anniversary last year.
No, I have a...
You mean the drafting?
No, I mean myself. And so I'm 50 years older than the ITLAWs. And I'm going to relate something because you said, both of you referred both to international law and international relations. And you did it in a kind of a, well, we were talking about so-called confluence of, what was the other word beginning with a C? Thickening, but there was a convergence and a confluence. I assume that's two different things. So about, I would say now, let's say I was 23, whatever that means in years. I had the great fortune of being a student to Louis Henkin. Louis Henkin was a professor of international law and human rights law at Columbia Law School, but he had a concurrent appointment at what they used to call School of International Affairs. They call CIFA or something now. That's a change. So he had this two things. For him, there was no difference. And he phrased his discussions in what I do. If you read anything that I've written lately, I talk about the relationship between politics and law. Now that's maybe somewhat, you're saying the same thing. International relations are dealing with political actors. You added a few other actors, but still they're basically these political actors. And international law. And he said, and he wrote in a book, How Nations Behave. We could start there. I say we don't need to do anything more. We can just go back to that book, 1965 or so, and everything that he said is relevant today. He said, first of all, that this is a false dichotomy. It is a false dichotomy, law, politics, if you like, international relations, international law. Law is politics. How do we make law? Do we sit in an ivory tower? I'm not saying we're in an ivory tower now. Who makes the law? I'm tempted to say international lawyers do not make the law. If you look at some lawmakers, there are not very few lawyers even amongst those lawmakers, including in the parliament here. So he said, law is politics. I say international law is international relations. Now, nonetheless, and you spoke of theories of international relations, and there's theories of international law as well. I can recount a time when I was asked to be in a panel dealing with international organizations. Now, I had myself worked in an international organization for some time. I helped set up other organizations, but I had to go into the theory of international organizations, like you're talking about theory of international relations. So I started reading on this. Now, the only reason I accepted this was because it was taking place in Honolulu. You understand? Who would not want to go to Honolulu, even if it was a topic which I could not communicate on? I read books. There's a journal called International Organizations. So I went to that journal. I read and I read and read. All of it is very obvious. This is what I have been doing. Now I can fast forward to our field most recently. Someone has studied the work of the UNCITRAL. UNCITRAL is the trade law, which is, you might say, next door neighbor to WTO. And there someone has analyzed what is happening in that organization. They analyzed me. It's like I felt like an ant scurrying around, and they were telling me what I was doing in this group. All kinds of isms and other things like that. But it's very true. We can be analyzed in that way. This is why I came to you when I asked, what did you mean by international law? And you pointed out two things in both the SARC that you talked about the structure, the legal structure of the organization. But are they producing the law? Well, they're doing a lot of other things, but they're based on law, because you say even without a charter, they were based on that kind of structure. So all this talk about change, you call it thickening, and you say it's weakening. Which is it? Can it be? Well, of course, it's going to be both. Some is thickening, some is thickening, some is weakening. Coming back to your question to me, the main role of organizations like my former organization is to prevent conflicts. And that should be the rule, that should be the main role of all organizations. If you're in an organization dealing with existing conflicts, you have failed as an organization. So I would say in my organization, because this is the INTLOS, because the fact that we are there, we have this governance institution in all oceans of the world, I maintain that disputes have been prevented. Because people know, hey, I dispute with you, you can take me to court. Now, is that thickening or is it weakening? There's not very few cases, but I maintain that the fact we have something like this prevents disputes.
That's fantastic. That's a great segue into the real debate that I was hoping to draw the panelists.
I have to say one other thing, that you were making some points. I have students here who just took an exam on the very same questions that you asked. I hope you understood the questions, right?
So, yeah, thanks for that, all three of you. I think what we should try and do with a little bit of time that we have is get into one meaningful debate. And I think that Gudmundur and Prabhash and Anita, the three of you, have kind of set the contours for that. It's not a new debate, but it's always great to hear more on, this is really what we're talking about, is fragmentation of international law. It's Professor Chimney's topic. It's also the topic that Gudmundur's former home, the International Law Commission, has spent a lot of time trying to produce a report to understand. And really, I think these words like stickiness or thickening, as opposed to weakening of the structures. Well, Marty Koskinen said it. I'm borrowing and stealing. It's about the persistence, the staying power of these international organizations. And I think that the conversation on fragmentation comes to bear on what is the enduring legacy of international law in these sites and spaces where it's being produced, whether the movers of those spaces are political agents, like in the BIMSTEC example that Prabhash gave us, or whether really a legal organization like the ITLOS is truly a deterrent to states to enter into disputes with other states on the law of the sea. And I think that's part of it is a question on whether you're optimistic about international law or whether you fall into the club of pessimism. But that aside, I think we're also rehashing some of the questions in history. So when Prabhash was talking about BIMSTEC, I wanted to talk about ALCO, the African Asian Legal Consultative Organization, which too, many years ago, in the aftermath of Bandung, when the states of the Global South came together for the first time, and there was this energy in the General Assembly to create enough resolutions to support the new international economic order, ALCO was born. And really the birthing of BIMSTEC is a similar kind of comparable process. And ALCO also, as you know, the charter was adopted several years later after the foundation of the organization. So there are these similarities. It's about these moments in history that you have political alliances among states that kind of concatenize in the creation of an organization. What happens later with that organization could well take the path that the WTO has taken, that Prabhash cautioned us about, that really now without institutional support, Anita was talking about the weakening of the ICC without the contribution of member states. But Gudmundur told us about how robust the ITLOS system is. And I think that I would really like to hear from all three of our panelists on where they stand in this debate on the fragmentation of international law in creating more and more institutions, some of them judicial organs like the ad hoc tribunals that Anita was talking about, the ICTR, the ICTY, the ECCC, the Iraq US Claims Tribunal, the whole lot, the Truth Commissions, etc. Or the permanent courts like the International Criminal Court, like the WTO, like the appellate body, which can actually be considered even separately from the WTO if we had to sit and think about it in terms of fragmentation, or like the Law of the Sea Tribunal. Gudmundur also teaches a course on the International Criminal Court, so these are two permanent. So we have plenty of people who are experts in these organizations to tell us about, well, you know, what happens in these spaces where political will has created this and then has either flagged, and so there's no energy supporting this anymore, or like that moment in the 70s with the new international economic order and the resurgence of the global south, and you know, they were doing all these cool things in General Assembly. They were adopting resolution after resolutions to try and make their sovereignty secure. Is that moment happening again? Is it a thickening of the institutions? So I think on that, I'm going to give the floor over to the three panelists in whatever order they would like to go.
Rashmi, you talked about ALCO. That's an excellent example, you know, of an international organization which was supposed to perform a very important function and did perform a very important function, but then with the passage of time and with the weakening of the new international economic order, it led to the weakening of ALCO as well. And today ALCO unfortunately is just, you know, an office in Chanakyapuri which does some work, but you know, not really sort of very high important work. And that's because countries perhaps don't find that international organization that important. Now, fragmentation is a reality of international law, and as we go along and as sort of new alliances emerge, you are going to see more and more fragmentation, and you are going to see new international organizations coming into existence. Just a few days back, I read that the Sri Lankan Prime Minister proposed to create a university in Colombo to study climate change in collaboration with Maldives. Now that would definitely be an international organization, just like, say, the South Asian University is. But so fragmentation is a reality, and we'll have to deal with it. But your other point in terms of once the IO has been created, we know that, you know, international relations will decide the future and the structure of the IO. But I'm also thinking that are there movements where the IO creates its own dynamics that, you know, that international relations can't just sort of ignore it, in the sense that, say, no matter what the US does, it simply can't ignore the WTO. We know that it has lost interest in WTO. That's why it has weakened the appellate body. But it still comes to negotiate at the WTO. So I guess the international organization and the structure and the law that has been generated has its own dynamics to kind of put pressure on that, you know, that IR approach which says that now this is not important for us. And I guess that also needs to be thought about. And this would be true for bigger multilateral organizations, which once created, you know, have their own dynamics, and they can't be just brushed aside no matter how powerful the countries are. And finally, on the, you know, on sort of the new international organizations that may come into existence, we are now living in a very different world from the world that we had in the 1990s. So, you know, we say perhaps deglobalization is not the right word, because you still have globalization, but it's a globalization which is very different from the kind that we had earlier. And, you know, in terms of new institutions being created, I could also talk about the multilateral investment court which the EU is proposing. And if that actually comes into existence, it would then again be a new, leading further, you know, sort of to the fragmentation, and another new international judicial body coming into existence. So I guess the world order is in flux. There are new alliances being forged. As Professor Chimney mentioned, that it's an imperial struggle between US and Russia that's going on in the form of Russia-Ukraine war. And this will definitely throw up new kinds of international organizations, where some will thicken and some may weaken. and the interesting days ahead. So, thank you.
Why don't you, Judge? Sure.
Thank you, Professor Rashmi, for asking the question on fragmentation of international law, and I think Professor Prabhash Ranjan has already pointed out this is a reality, we have to deal with it. So let me try to connect with the International Criminal Court and how the fragmentation of international law can be conceptualized in this context. So when International Criminal Court has been created, there is a the debate emerged, and a lot of scholars have like produced their scholarly work which talks about whether it is going to create a fragmentation of international law in terms of conflict management, because when ICC was not there, then there's a lot of the conflict related issue has been resolved by ICJ, International Court of Justice. So whether creating another international organization, of course, which is a more specific, which is going to deal with a certain core kinds of crime, like crimes against humanity, war crimes, so such kinds of crime, where the jurisdiction of ICC has been defined. Whether it is kind of created a fragmentation, because ICJ has already dealt few of the matter with regard to dealing with the armed conflict situation when the ICC was not in existence. So this is a one aspect where I see the fragmentation of international law. But however, there is another approach where scholars see that it's not a fragmentation of international law, but it's somehow also complemented. So now we have a more specialized form of international organization to deal with all this armed conflict situation. So it's like complementing rather than fragmenting. Now coming to your comments that regarding the political will to creating this international organization, as we all know that recently, I will not say recently, I think before 2-3 years ago, that how the powerful nations are dealing with international organizations, especially International Criminal Court. So we have the example of how USA has put a sanction on prosecutor of International Criminal Court. So what does it say? To undermining the international organizations such as International Criminal Court. That's also raises the lack of the political will when the things does not turn out in your favor. So that is also, I think, one of the debate we can make it here. So that's all I wanted to say, the point which you have just pointed out in your discussion. Thank you.
So much can be said, but I want to know how much time we should give to questions at the end, because I know we only have 13 minutes.
I was hoping to reserve like 15 minutes for
So
for students to come in with
we're supposed
questions.
to finish at 5:30, so.
Well, it's 12 past, so you can have 3 minutes now.
Okay, so I want to say just 3 things, one thing per minute. First of all, I'm not so sure, and again, my students in the International Criminal Court know my views about this, including the views about the U.S. The U.S. failed to destroy this international organization. They have, in my experience, 50 years or so in this business, I've never seen the U.S. as adamant in any project in international law, international relations as this, and they failed. And so that organization is going on. Without them, they can do, as you mentioned, but it would not have any effect on the organization. My second point, with what Prabhat was saying about fragmentation, I maintain that the project that we are now working on, and I'm actively working on, the UNCITRAL project to have a permanent, the multilateral investment court, instead of these hundreds of 3-member panels. Is there any field in international law which is more fragmented or fragmentized than trade law? We have organizations, if you call organizations in the sense that we're using, 3-member organizations dealing with the same treaty in the same week with opposite, well, if you can think in terms of 3 things, opposite conclusions. The permanent court is designed to avoid that. So that would be, this is a, what is that word you use? Solidifying or complementing? Complementing. Yeah, it's not fragmentation. However, and my third point, because when we started, I say those of us setting up the International Criminal Court, I worked on that, setting up the Law of the Sea Tribunal, there were no courts. There was the International Court of Justice, there were regional human rights courts, no courts. I said at the time, and I always used to say up until 25 years ago, or in 25 years ago, fragmentation is a great thing. The more courts, the better. Why? Because there were no courts. Nobody went to courts, including in particular developing countries, having been burned by the ICJ in one very dramatic case. So the more courts, the better. Now, however, to show my what is the word, confluence, my mind with the reality, I'm not as happy with the system in my court, because I now see that the ad hoc courts, instead of the permanent court, the International Court, have been taking positions which don't accord with the majority views of my own tribunal. So I'm a little annoyed. I now, however, am serving on one of those courts, and I'm trying to hold the reins of that court along the lines of my court, my former court, including in the rules of procedure. So they were using this investment state rules of procedure in these ad hoc tribunals. I mean, it's terrible. Anyway, so my views have slightly changed, but I'm doing my best to bring it back. In fact, I may be joining another one of these ad hoc courts very soon. So I cannot speak against it. I'll say the bottom line is the more opportunities to solve disputes in a legal fashion before a court, the better.
Fantastic. I think that, so this conclusion, and it's a good point to throw the floor open to students, colleagues to come in with questions, but I think that where this debate is right now is that fragmentation is not necessarily just the proliferation of international institutions. It is also more sites for the making of international law. And this is, I think Anita was talking about Tadic, Nicaragua, and the genocide case, and that thing. That is a classic example of thickening. So you have a permanent court and an ad hoc court weighing in the way that Gudmundur just explained on the same point of law, sometimes with opposite conclusions. And then it remains to be seen which of them is more persuasive for the fourth thing that comes along. Which one are they going to use? Which one, whose legacy goes forward and whose legacy stops there? That's really the question. But the idea of thickening, Gudmundur said that trade law is one of those places where there are so many institutions in which the sites where law is being produced, but that makes it thicker. It is almost impossible to have a settlement of a dispute that isn't through this process. And that's a victory for international law. So this is, I think, the point at which we can throw this open, if all the panelists are okay. And we can ask colleagues to come in with questions. So students, colleagues, everyone who's here, please feel free to come in.
My students can ask me now the questions that I asked them yesterday and today, or ask you.
In the back? That I missed? No. Rajdeep's hand is up. Please take the floor. You can start.
Okay, thank you very much for all the discussion. The point, I think, is whether instead of debating about thickening or weakening, shouldn't it be the focus of scholars of international law, international organizations, or anyone bothered with politics or law, however we saw the discourse, should be to just go back and focus on the UN Charter itself and emphasize on the unfulfilled potential of the UN Charter. Because you pick an issue area, UN Charter anticipated, addressed. So for example, like the complementarity between global and regional organizations, UN Charter took care of that. The emphasis on peaceful settlement of dispute, like Article 33. So shouldn't it be the effort of the scholarship to go back to the Charter and also the specific institutional apparatus of the UN itself? rather than, so I thought I'll raise that question because when I engage with international law, I think whatever I watch, topic I study, it appears the Charter has anticipated it. So, and we can start from the Charter rather than think about of any like new concern. So that's a question for the panelists.
We have to remember the international organizations, the ones we're talking about. You mentioned other organizations. These are states. They're made up by states. And I can say so often when I was working for the UN or working for various projects, you cannot criticize the organization in isolation. Who decides what the organization does? Who gives the money? Et cetera, et cetera. So the UN, and that's a very good example, extremely successful organization, except in those issues when they really matter. We're not talking about 33, we're talking about 2-4. We are not successful there. But are we blaming the UN on that? No, we can't do that. We blame the member states, and particular member states for that matter. But the organization does not deserve to be condemned itself for not dealing with those problems.
Sure.
No, I completely agree on your point about the significance of the UN Charter, and I think international lawyers always go back. So it's like, for any domestic lawyer, you fall back on the Constitution. So for all international lawyers, you do fall back on the UN Charter. And, anyone who studies international law, the UN Charter is always the starting point. So, but I guess the other dimension to this is that while the Charter talks about the complementarity principle, etc., but then UN is a multilateral organization. And when multilateralism itself is at risk, then you will see tendency of countries to move towards regionalism, right? So regionalism has existed for a very long time, and there have been successful examples of regionalism such as European Union and ASEAN, and successful for different reasons, right? So ASEAN is a more flexible structure, European is more tightly controlled structure. So you will see scholars and countries talking about the UN Charter, but at the same time, since new alliances are coming up, you will see more and more regional organizations coming up. Whether they will enjoy the prominence in the long run, some may go the ALCO way, some may actually become powerful over the long run, but that would again be an outcome of international relations that shape those organizations. And very quickly on the Multilateral Investment Court, just to sort of respond to your point, I think I agree with you that it will definitely play a role in stopping the fragmentation, because you will now have a court which can kind of bring a coherence in the investment treaty arbitration jurisprudence. But that will only be at the procedural level, because at the substantive level the law remains to be scattered. In 3,000 odd investment treaties, etc. And the investment court will not create a substantive investment treaty which would be binding. It will only create a sort of multilateral procedural framework. So it would have a sort of a positive effect in stopping the fragmentation, if at all we think that has a positive effect, but only at the procedural level, not at the substantive level.
Absolutely, we're not dealing with any substance at all, but nor do they. But when they come to decide, of course they affect the substance, and they, instead of the various courts deciding what the substance is or interpreting the substance and therefore moving it forward, they would make that contribution. But I cannot help making one last anecdote for my students. They're used to this. I was in a meeting at Ancetral and talking about this very court, and there was a representative of a country who said, because I can never find why people are against this court. No one is going to be brought kicking and screaming to this court. It's a voluntary court. You don't like it, don't come. Just don't get in my way. I keep saying, in a subtle way. One of the only substantive reason that I've heard anyone say against this court is as follows. If we have this permanent court, we'll have to devote our attention to see what they are doing. Are you kidding me? And this is a country with one of the largest, diplomatic services in the world, and they're complaining to have to follow one court when there's hundreds of courts already if they're following them. That is the only objection I've seen to that code, which is completely ludicrous.
So, in the couple of minutes that we have, Anita, would you like to respond to Rajdeep's comment on the charter? And also specifically, if I could invite you to respond to it kind of in terms of the ism that it implies, which is imperialism. We haven't spoken about the UN Charter as not being some kind of a panacea for everything and a fantastic document that was just brilliantly conceived in completely equal times. It wasn't. And so, what makes it better, or what gives it more stickiness, more lasting power than a document that was adopted yesterday? So if you could respond on that.
All right. So as Professor Rajdeep, okay, yeah. So you were talking about the UN Charter, and of course I will, would like to pick up the point what Professor Prabhas has already highlighted. It's a very, basic document when we talk about the international law, like, he compared with the constitutional law. When we teach, like a law in India, we go back to constitutional law. So likewise, when we teach
You can change the constitution here. That's the problem with the charter.
That is the problem with the charter. It is so much like a constitution.
Yeah, so when we talk about the UN Charter, of course, it's a basic document, and one can start a discussion from a UN Charter, in order to understand the sites and the spaces of governance in terms of understanding the international relation and international law, and because ultimately it connects this two dot in terms of, talking about the cooperation, talking about the interdependence, and also in terms of, talking about shedding some kind of sovereignty when the state access this, document where the state agree that, they will abide by the UN Charter and they will cooperate and they will not interfere in the internal matters of the other states. So I think this is I think UN Charter is one of the important thing to understand the today's conference theme, which talks about the relationships of international relation and international law, and if I say more particularly in terms of IR theories of liberalism, which again, focus on interdependence in the cooperation. But of course, as in the beginning, I've also mentioned that, each organization have some limitation, and always there is scope for the, reform, and especially, this Ukraine and Russia war has already, created again a debate and discussion about the existence of a UN, the relevance of the UN. So again, this debate will go on. So so I would like to end here only. So thank you.
Great, fantastic timing. I think everyone's done a good job on the time. I do have a minute that if you guys want to share. Oh, Samina has a question. Rajdeep. Yeah.
Why the charter? I think it's occupies, at least as far as the history of humanity goes, a particular moment which is in terms of how when humanity realized the total destruction or the potential for total destruction of humanity. And out of that, I think is the charter has in some way stands out, than other, responding to different challenges, say pandemic happens, how to deal with it, floods happen, how to deal with it, climate change. But I think the charter, the context in which it emerged was that I think humanity faced total destruction. And whatever they could distill in that sense, I think is the appeal.
And I want to link the three comments you just made on this about the UN relationship to present times. I'm going to go back 40 years now. Louis Sun, professor of international law at Harvard, was involved in the negotiations of the Law of the Sea Convention. He traveled across the country in 1945 to San Francisco, and it was with the Soviet delegation on the same train, and they were discussing at that time what to do about the International Court. the permanent court what to do, and so forth. Anyway, they did what they did in the charter, and as you say, I think it's a good document, even though we know the political structure at the time. When Louis Sun came to the Law of the Sea negotiations, he wanted to revive what he called the UN spirit, which had failed because of this political. If the document had been implemented like it was intended to, bearing in mind the situation that it was addressing, it would be much better today. So I say and setting up the dispute settlement mechanism at a time when there was no international dispute settlement mechanism is a reflection of that UN charter. The people that were working with him, they had grown up during this, they were chartered generation, they wanted to use this opportunity. And so the Law of the Sea Convention is a direct, not descendant, but of the UN Charter. And then we see what happens in the future.
That's a great way to tie it up. Thanks, Gudmundur. I couldn't have done it better. And despite the exigencies created by previous panels, it looks like we're on time, which is great, which is the most important thing about a panel, that it finish on time, especially when it's the last panel of the day. No?
Now, let me
You
say
want to
this.
keep going.
Let me say this. We should never spend time saying how much time we have not spent.
That's true. I was trying to be discreet about it. Well, it's fantastic. So there's no conclusions and lots of threads which don't really go anywhere, which means that international organizations and international law is alive and well. Thanks very much, everyone, and I hope we have a great discussion tomorrow in succeeding panels. Thanks very much.